Hey, what's up, my truth seekers? How are you guys doing this morning? I hope you guys can hear me because what I'm gonna do is go ahead and do a little recap of Tasha K and Nature Boy phone interview, which I didn't know that they can do it. Because if that was the case, I would have been did it because I remember when they had told us that we can go ahead and do interviews, but you can't do interviews, but Nature Boy can take phone calls, but you cannot record it or put it on social media or whatever. But when it comes to Tasha K is Tasha K, and I do not have that Tasha K kind of money. Like she say, she takes cease and desist letters and she use it as tissue paper. And so what I did was I called, Del Connor, to see if I can go ahead and, do an interview and record it. And, they said pretty much no. But like I said, Tasha K is Tasha K. She do, whatever she wants. Sometimes, and I'm going to say allegedly that Tasha K, she got to be some type of agent, but like I say, she got it like that. So I guess, people, you know, in there. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and say allegedly, but I'm gonna go ahead and do a little recap. How you doing, Marie? How are you doing, girl? Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to my live, guys. Make sure you go ahead and hit like, comment, and share these videos for more unapologetic content. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and do the recap along with you guys because I only listened to at least 20 minutes. Now, the interview is at least 2 hours. Okay, it's 2 hours long, but I only listened to 20 minutes because pretty much what Nature Boy was telling Tasha K, guess what? We already knew. Okay, but hi, Shay. How are you doing? Got what? Welcome to my live, guys. I'm gonna see if I can go ahead and get through with this recap of Tasha K and Nature Boy interview. Hi, True Essen, how are you? Now, I don't know if I can go through 2 hours because this video was 2 hours long. But one thing that I can say when it came to Tasha K, she was very soft spoken. She didn't talk fast. It was everything that she was saying. I pretty much understood, every question that she was asking Nature Boy. So let me go ahead and see if I can go ahead and get through it. And like I say, guys, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and just talk along as I'm watching the video. So I pretty much know what's gonna take place from at least 20 minutes. After that, I don't know because I stopped it because it was pretty much already stuff that we already know. But guys, if you can hear me, give me a thumbs up because I am not going to repeat myself. Hi, Marie. How are you? So can you hear me? Give me a thumbs up. And if you can give me a thumbs up, I will go ahead with my recap. Marie, give me a thumbs up. So guys, make sure you go ahead and hit like, comment, and share these videos for more unapologetic content. And I know yesterday the Sister Wives had dropped a little small clip of Nature Boy was dancing, behind bars. But the way that Nature Boy was telling Tasha K that he never was, with the other inmates, he was in a little pod, a little cell all by himself. So let me go ahead, instead of talking, let me go ahead and see if I can go ahead with the recap. Okay, guys? So I'm not going to go ahead and play the interview because Tasha K do not play when it comes to her content. So she said that she was very honored of doing the interview, and she also had talked about how Nature Boy was very quiet when it comes to people interviewing him and stuff like that. Well, pretty much the reason why is because no one could not sit there and put his audio on social media. And if that was the case, many people would have sat there and recorded Nature Boy conversations. And then the thing about it is that Tasha K had addressed Nature Boy as Three God. She didn't call him by his real name, his government name, Elijah Bishop. She called him Three God. She didn't call him Nature Boy. She went ahead and called him Three God. He sounds like he's in a pretty good spirit. I don't hear anything in his voice to say that he was very stressed out. So he did tell Tasha K that, he's trying to keep his spirit up. Tasha K asked him about, what is his diet, what is he's eating. And he pretty much said that, he's a vegan, which we already know that he's a vegan. And he said that he'd been in there for 4 months, which we already know that he did. Okay. So guys, if I talk a little slow, it's because I'm listening as I'm talking to you guys. Okay. And he also said that he's in a cell by himself, more like with celebrities. So he also had mentioned some celebrity that I guess he in there with. I don't know. I can't. He says Nay. I don't know who is Nene. I don't know who is that person, but that's what it sounds like to me. So if you're hearing the pulse, it's because I'm still listening to the video. Okay. And he also said that he eats peanut butter and jelly, every day, but he also eat beans and rice. And Toshke was very soft spoken. And she asked him if he was locked down 24 hours a day. And he said yes. So I don't quite understand when, you know, she had asked him when he was locked down 24 hours a day because, of that video that they had, the little small clip that they had released yesterday, which I don't know if that was an edit video or whatever. I don't know if someone had put that video together. So he said he been in there for like 24/7. He haven't even been with the other population that he's isolated. Toshki had asked that question and he said yes. So he's saying in some kind of pod. It's sort of like a jail. So like I said, he sounds like he's in pretty much good spirit. And the thing that about it is most of the questions, that Toshki is asking him is what, we already know. So it's not nothing like different. So I don't understand, how Tosh K was able to get this interview because, if that was the case, plenty of us would have went ahead and did that. And she's going in right now is talking about, why he's isolated from the other population, and they consider Nature Boy as a celebrity. And Tasha K had went on and asked him, do he talk to any other people? And he said the only people that he talked to is with his wives and his attorneys. And she was very soft spoken. She wasn't loud or anything. And he's still talking about, the diet, what he is eating. But we already knew that they was going to go ahead and give him a vegan tray because, he pretty much, don't, eat meat or anything. And he also went on and said that he lost weight. He said he was pretty big when he came in. And Nature Boy has said that he had lost 20 pounds. And guys, I'm just going along, listening to the video, just, so if you're hearing the pause, it's because I'm listening to the video along with you guys because I did listen to 20 minutes, but after that, I just cut it off because it's pretty much of what we already know. And Tasha K had went on and said that I cannot imagine of what you are going through, but she appreciated and she thanked him for giving her that interview. And she also said that those are Nature Boy's interview, his words. She's not coercing him. So whatever he said is his words, not Tasha K's. But she's very, she's very polite and quiet. She's not loud like I thought she was going to be. She's taking it very serious, very professional. But I just don't understand why is Nature Boy talking, knowing that anything that he said can be used against him. And I don't know why his attorney would allow him to go ahead and take this interview. And she also had told Nature Boy that from her understanding that the police was the ones that was ordering pizza and bringing it to Nature Boy's house. I thought it was his fans that was doing that, but Nature Boy had, said that it was the police that was bringing pizza to his house. And he also recorded a lot of it. And she also said that it was a smart thing for Nature Boy to go live the day that the police had came in. You remember when the SWAT had came in to arrest him? Nature Boy had recorded it all, which I was the first one, and I had put exclusive. So if anyone sat there and they go ahead and they have that video to play that video, I know that it's my it's because I was the first one that did it. After that, they had cut that off. But that's what they talking about right now. So she asked him about that night, what is had happened, and he said that it was during the daytime. So he is pulsing, okay, guys. And he talked about how they came in with guns out and told them to go ahead and get on the ground. And he's talking about how they had guns drawn on him. And he's pretty much talking about what they did that day. And Tasha K had asked, did they arrest the other members? And she had said something about cult. But Nature Boy has said that he does not consider himself as a cult member. He considered himself as a tribe. That's why they called him Chief. Okay. He said people is the one that's calling him a cult, but he's not a cult. But to him, he considered himself as a tribe. He said just like a man is, like a head of his house. And I like the way that Tasha K is conducting herself. And he said the reason why they go ahead and say that he's a cult because he considered himself as God. So most likely that's why they call him a cult. But he said that he's not a cult. He is a tribe. And guys, the ones that's just coming in, I haven't watched the video, so I'm just going along just like with you guys. So when they say something, if you hear a little pause, it's because I'm trying to go ahead and translate it to you guys. Okay. So Touch K went ahead and said, did he get any kind of feeling like any tuition that something was going to happen? And Nature Boy said yes. Nature Boy had told Tasha K that he felt that something was going to happen, which I had told you guys on several videos that the way that Nature Boy was wilding out, it's like he knew something was going to happen. Now, I don't know if someone had went ahead and gave Nature Boy a heads up, but Nature Boy, he was just weirding out. He was just acting so strange. And he said all the stuff that he have went through. He said he went ahead and made a song. So I'm guessing, he's writing, which I'm pretty sure that he's writing in jail. But all the stuff that it is happening, he said that he put it in a song. So guys, just make sure you watch out for the music because I'm pretty sure that they're gonna go ahead and release it. But he said that he felt that in his spirit that something weird was about to happen. He knew that all this stuff was going to go ahead and take place. So Toshke is asking him right now what had transpired, what had happened, leading to his arrest to make him feel that way. Mhm. And he said that what he was doing was he was just getting intuition, how he was downloading all types of information, dealing with, the pyramids and that Orisha. You remember when he said that when he went outside and he saw in the sky, he saw that eye and all that stuff. He said those was the signs that something was about to happen. And I have a video of that. He did recorded it. And he said something about his, and he also talked about that the number three was just popping up all everywhere. So he knew something was going to happen. And he says, so he starts studying all that stuff. He said he just saw so many signs, especially things that was dealing with the planet and everything, all kinds of vision. And he also talked about the indigenous people. He saw all that, he saw the signs of all that. The indigenous people was just going to start taking over. And that's where, it comes in when he was talking about the planet of the apes and, talking about our people, how he saw all the signs that, we was going to be able to take over the world, and pretty much, what Nature Boy is telling Tasha K, if you guys follow him on Beagle Live or wherever he was, on Instagram, he already talked about all this stuff. So, like I said, pretty much of the questions and the answers that Nature Boy is giving, we already knew all about it. So, guys, if you're just tuning in, I'm only going to give you a recap because Tasha K does not allow us to play her videos. So I'm doing the best that I can, and also I want to make sure that you guys know that when you come on, like I say, this is uncut and unbiased. So I'm not going to cut out anything, okay? And he also talking about the higher forces, and he have tapped into all that. He said all the higher forces that was coming to him. He said that he had tapped into all that stuff. So I guess that's why he was wilding out. Mhm. So pretty much he was saying that he see that we are caught up in the matrix, which we already know that's what he was talking about. So all the stuff that was taking place, which I think he was hallucinating because he was smoking a lot of pot. So all that stuff, when you start smoking that, and we already know when it comes to Nature Boy and that pot, it does not, it does not agree with him. So he said that's what he was tapping into, his higher power. So Tasha K is asking him about his environment. What about the cops? You know, it was like more cops was showing up, and she want to know why. And he said that he recorded most of the time that the cops would show up, but it was because of the trolls. He said it was a group of women. He said something about a big black woman. I don't know who it is, but he said she was doing most of the troll, and they were calling the cops. And when they called the cops was pretty much showing up at their door. He said some older black woman that does not like him. She was like the lead. So, so he said that pretty much is that it was the trolls that was the ones that was releasing all that information to the police, and that's what draw the attention. That's why they kept knocking on his door. But if you knew all that, why would you continue recording it, knowing that it was going to be used against you? So he was saying that they was just calling the cops for pretty much everything. And he said by the cops was being called so much, that's what had caused the investigation. Which he said all that right there had happened to him before. He said the first time that it ever happened was when he was in Mexico, how those trolls was calling on him, how they was calling the police and sending it to him house because of the online trolls. So he talked about how they had swarmed down on him with guns when they was in Mexico, and how the investigators came in and tore up the house because they was saying that he was running a cult, but he was not running a cult. So he's talking about what had happened to him in Mexico, which we pretty much know exactly what he's talking about. So he only have 1 minute left. So now he's going to go ahead and hang up and call Tasha K back. So guys, do you have any questions? Rhonda has said, remember he was getting blackmailed. So let me go ahead and finish it because, I'm gonna go ahead and finish as much as I can because, like I say, this is very long. So if he only have 15 minutes to call, he must have called Tasha K about 5 or 6 times. So he said that they found out in Mexico that all the stuff that the trolls were saying, it wasn't true. So they went ahead and let him go. So he said that it also happened when they was in Nicaragua, had put him in some kind of prison, and they had found nothing, so they went ahead and let him go. Also in Panama, they found this location. They sent a SWAT team out, and he did the same way, and they went ahead and let him go. So he said pretty much it's all his trolls. So everything that's happening to him today is because of his trolls, he's saying, because they are the ones that's calling on him. So what he told Tasha K is that he's gonna go ahead and send her some of the clips. I guess because Tasha K, she really don't follow Nature Boy like we do. So he's gonna send her some tapes so she can see how all this stuff that he's going through right now is because of the trolls. How they are the ones that's turning in all those tapes to the cops. So now he's talking about in the state now. He also, well, now he's saying he's sorry. He going to Hawaii. He forgot Hawaii. They kicked him off the island. So he's saying that it's just a group of women that's trolling him everywhere he's going, just to make it hard for him. And he's saying that it's the trolls, it's the people that does not like him, and that's the ones that's causing all this stuff. And the thing about is Tasha Kate, she's listening. She's letting him pretty much do all the talking. And he talked about when he was in Mexico, they brought him in, they let him go. But when he was in Nicaragua, how they kept him in, for a while. I guess they wanted to see if all this stuff was true. And he said that they had deported him back to deported him back to the States. And he also said that his trolls are the ones that's constantly lying on him. Is a group of women that they troll him everywhere he goes. He says something about Panama, how they found his location and they trolled him over there too, sending the police there. So pretty much what Nature Boy is saying is that it's the trolls that's the ones that got him locked in, locked up. And he also letting you guys know that it is a pattern. And he said that they investigated and they saw that they had nothing, because what Nature Boy is pretty much doing is, I guess part of his entertainment. And he said they did the same thing in Hawaii. He said they tried to do him the same thing in Puerto Rico, but they couldn't get it done. But when he came back in Georgia, he said that that's when they had got his location, and that's when they started building up a case against him. But the thing about it is that Nature Boy failed to realize that he was the one that had put his address online. And he said it's just a pattern. And so now he's talking about Natiri. He said that it was a girl that was in his house, which we already know it was Natiri. He didn't come out and say her name. He said that they did a pageant and she didn't win. And that's where, let me go ahead. I stopped that. So let me go ahead and see what he's about to say. So if you hear a pause, it's because I'm listening to this video along with you guys. So I don't know what he's going to say after that. Okay, guys? So bear with me. If you hear a pause, it's because I'm listening to it with you guys. Okay. Just like I told you guys on that video that I made, he said that those trolls, when Natiri had did an interview, which we know that she had did an interview with the T, and before you know it, he got arrested. So pretty much what he's saying is that they are the ones that had put it in nature. Natiri had to go and file charges. Now, this right here is what I'm hearing, and so everything that I'm gonna say allegedly, but that's what he's saying. That's what I thought that he said. Okay, because he didn't mention Natiri's name. He said the girl. He didn't say her name, and talked about the pageant. And we know that Nature Boy had did a pageant with Natiri to see who was going to be his queen. And he said that it's the trolls that's trying to put him away. And he said this investigation is very long and drawn out. And it making him feel, and the reason why he's still in there because they got them feeling that he's a danger to society. And Tasha K, she held herself very professional. She really didn't say too much. She's letting him talk, okay? And he's talking about he was refused bail. And he said the reason why he have been sitting in jail because of the trolls. He said he's sitting in jail because of the trolls, not because of the big R, because of the trolls. Dang, I could have did this interview. So what he's saying is that because of the interview that Natiri, he didn't say Natiri name, but he said because of the interview, which most likely the interview that he did, that Natiri did with the T, is the reason why that he's sitting in there until they sort out everything. And he is stuck in this process because of lies. So he's saying that he's thinking that the reason why they got him sitting in there because they trying to go ahead and play this R. Kelly thing with him, which we already had talked about that. Guys that, the ones that's follow my live, I already talked about that. Will they sit there and treat this case like a R. Kelly case? So he's saying the reason why they keep denying his bail because they trying to go ahead and, do a R. Kelly on him. So most likely, if that's the case, he's trying to say it's going to be a he say, she say case. So he look at this right here as a spiritual experiment. So what he's going through, he looked at it like a spiritual warfare that he's going through. Because he said that it's a straight lie. And Tasha K say, right. Mhm. So he's looking at this right here because of people. And he also now about to go into the hardship of his life. So, he's looking at this, he's not taking no accountability of what he did. He only saying, how he feel, and the reason why he's in there is because, of people. It's the trolls that's putting him there. And he feel that Natiri, only did all this stuff because it was put in her head to go ahead and do this. Okay, which I did make a video about that. So he's saying that all this stuff that happened to him, all the stuff that he went through, even with his life, he say it's just there to make him a better person. So that's how he's looking at it. He's looking at all the dirt that was thrown on him is to make him better. He said this is making him a better person. He said all this is making him a better person, and it will be hard for him to lie on anyone. So I don't know what he mean by that. Maybe, like I said, when he start talking, it's gonna be his truth. That's how he feel about it. And when it comes to this interview right here, Tasha K didn't say much at all. She let him talk. She held herself very professional. And he said now all the stuff that he's going through, he knows what it feels like of being falsely accused, which he wouldn't do this to nobody. He said he wouldn't do nothing like that. He said he have been through so much and he would never put that upon no one else. So now Tasha K is finally saying something. She interrupted him and she said, "What are your charges?" He said the big aura, which we know about that, false imprisonment for revenge porn. He said the worst, the worst. She just shaking her head. He said he did not do it. And that's exactly what I was saying too. He sat there and said that of all the stuff, and you guys know who follow me, all the stuff that they could have got him with, they didn't. But he said they getting him because of the big aura. They getting him for that. And I had talked about that on my video. Rhonda said, because Tasha know who Natureboy besides just doing this interview, connect that dot, the rabbit hole goes deep. And guys, whoever is joining my live, guys, like I said, this is a 2-hour video. I'm gonna see if I can go ahead and go through it. And make sure you go ahead and hit like, comment, and share these videos for more unapologetic content, because I'm watching a video along with you guys. So if you hear me pause, it's because I'm listening, so I can go ahead and translate it to you guys. Okay. And she said, and what Natureboy just said, it doesn't make you a good person to lie on someone, lie on a bad person. So, what he's pretty much saying, it doesn't make you look good from lying. So he's saying that they are telling a lie just to go ahead and put him away. So he's saying because of they lying on him, so most likely he's talking about Nateri. He said, ain't no good gonna come out of it. It's just like, you know, you lying on him. So that's what he's pretty much saying. And it doesn't make you a good person to lie on someone. He says no good way to do the wrong thing. Tasha K says, you're right. And he said also, even if you don't like him, you have to see that this is wrong. It's the wrong way. And Tasha K just shaking her head. He said you cannot sit there and say you're a good person if you're doing bad things to a bad person. So what pretty much he's saying is two wrongs don't make it right. Just because you want to see him locked up. So now Tasha K is asking him, why do he call himself three God? He said because the three came to him and changed his life. And it's a powerful number because of the number three pyramid. The pyramid means three. He says something about it takes three for us to exist. He said, and if you take that number three is going and you multiply it to three, six, and nine, something like that. That's what he's saying. And he's talking about it's such a magical number. And so Touch Kids asks about, is that a part of his knowledge, the part of that the universe speaks to him? And he said yes. He said when we think of God, we think about the man that's in the sky, but he said that is not our God, okay? So now he's going into what the universal language is. So he's going into some mathematics stuff, talking about numerologists, which so he would start figuring all this stuff out. So he's just talking about why, and to him, why number three is very powerful. So, guys, if you're just tuning in, I haven't watched this video. I'm watching it along with you guys. So if you hear me pause, it's because I'm listening to order in order to go ahead and translate it to you guys. Okay. Which I wish I would have went ahead and did this interview. Now that I know that Tasha K had did an interview with him and she's able to go ahead and put it live, make a video off it, pretty much, look like we all can do the same thing as well, which I doubt it. So so he's talking about the indigenous blood, he's talking about African American, he's talking about his people. So he's talking about is we was forced by the boat, coming here on a boat, or was we already in here? So that's what he's talking about Tasha K about now. And like I said, Tasha K pretty much didn't say nothing. She was more of a listener. And that's what I call a good journalist. So what it pretty much is that he's talking about the indigenous people. He's talking about us. He's going in details with Tasha K about that, and she's pretty much she's listening. She looks like she's very interested in it. She's very serious, of what he's saying. So that is what he's talking about now. Okay, so I'm gonna try to see if I can go ahead and translate it because he's talking, but I guess it's breaking off a little bit. It's not like he's stuttering or anything. I guess it's just the phone just breaking off. He's gone into all this astrology stuff. And he also talked about things that are hidden is now coming into the light, okay? Which, I'm pretty much, agree with some of the stuff with what Nature Boy is talking about. Because the Most High God is showing me some of this stuff also. But like I said, when it comes to Nature Boy, he doesn't practice what he preach. So let's go ahead and continue with what he's saying. He was talking about that now we are being more conscious of what's going on because of that lie was told. So he's talking about the original people that was on this earth. He's talking about the black and the brown people. They are the original people that was here on earth. So pretty much, guys, like I said, what Nature Boy is talking about on this interview is what we already knew. But he's saying that now we are waking up. And he said the reason why it's waking up because the land has a plague on it. And the plague is called white supremacists. He said the reason why our people is waking up because the land has a plague on it. It's called white supremacists, which already talked about that. And in order for us to sit there and come out of that, we got to chop that head off. He's talking about the climate change. And he's been out there in nature warning us, telling his people, because they don't have no people to warn or tell us about what's going on but him. And he's here for the hood, which means that he's here for his people, to warn his people to stop doing what you're doing. Because what nature is doing, you're going to destroy nature. So Tasha K went ahead and interrupted him, and she said, "You spoke of being God and something about mathematics because he's into all that numerology stuff and all that." So she finally interrupted him. So nature Tasha K asked him, "Why do you call yourself God? Do you consider yourself as the true and living God?" So let's see what he's about to say. Jesus, do you call yourself Jesus? So what Nature Boy just told Tasha K is that we are all gods, which I had broke that down to you guys. Yes, we are gods, but not the big OG. We are the little God, not the big OG over the most high God. And you can find that in the book of Psalms, I think Psalms 82, that we are God's little God, but not over the most high God. And Tasha K said, I believe that. So now he's talking about the cells in our body, that we are a battery. The human body is a battery. What is a battery? It's made of a whole bunch of energetic cells. So pretty much we are batteries, with a whole bunch of cells, and that we can be charged. That because of we are a battery, we can be charged by plugging it into, I guess, the universe. By going to sleep. When you go to sleep, you charge your battery. We are energy. And she said, okay. She said, he said, all energy is all God. And that's why we are gods. Because of the millions or trillions of cells that's in our body. We are one species, a part of some ecosystem that's made up in the earth. But we come off like a virus, and that's most likely why we mess up everything. And talking about we are the ones that's destroying the human race. And his job is to warn the black people to come back into power. He said it's sort of like summer, like the seasons, like summer, winter, fall, and all that. And we are being ignorant because we don't realize that we are God, because that is our higher self. So Nature Boy said that he's pretty much to warn his people, to tell his people that it's time for us to get back in tune with ourselves, that we are little gods. So that is the reason why he was sent here. And to warn us to get in tune with nature. And he said that white supremacist is a plague. And Tasha K, she just looking and she's soaking it in. He's talking about how white supremacists took out Pearl Harbor, and he just going into stuff like this. So he's talking about how white supremacist is a plague to the black race and to the brown race. He says a cancer, and it's a virus that's called white supremacist. And he's talking about the black family. He said the black family starts with woman, man, and child. Now, if the black man start with woman, man, and child, why he always broke it up? So let me go ahead and hear what he's talking about right there. Tasha K still hasn't done her homework. No, she's pretty much of letting on this interview right here, Patty. From what I have got to, and I'm not quite into 30 minutes, almost into 30 minutes. It's like a 2-hour video. She pretty much letting him talk. And I guess that's saying that, she don't know too much about Nature Boy. But the good thing about it is that she's letting him talk. She's not over talking him. She's more of a listener. So with that, I give her 10 points for that. If I had to go ahead and judge how the interview went so far, she did a good job. And he's pretty much talking about white supremacists. He's talking about how white supremacists is a virus and how they came with their laws, their religion, and that's caused affected the black race. And his job is to break that mindset. St- Stop using the government and start being independent. And that's what currency and all that. And he's talking about the dollar and by working for the money. And he said that the government is pretty much using us as a battery. And his job is here. The reason why he's here, God, whoever put him on this earth or whatever, because he says God, is to show us the right way. Because the government is using us, and that we are under a spell. And he's talking about how our people is caught into it, how we want to wear white hair, which he's talking about, how we want to change our hair blonde and all this other stuff. So he's going in stuff that pretty much we already know about. We not wearing the hair that come out of our head. And he's talking about the black woman have to learn to love themselves. And he said that the black man should be able to get back in touch with nature. And that's what he was here trying to do, to get us back in touch with nature. So we could become God again. Because we are the original, the original. So he have made man as an avatar to come back down. So I guess he must be the avatar to warn his people. So now God is walking around into his creation. So man was made alone. He was made by himself, which we know Adam was, and he said it. Whoever the universe or whatever made woman. He's just going into that. He's talking about this feminine and the masculine and all this other stuff. He said the black man and the black woman is God put together to bring family back together. And we have to work on that and know our roles. And the black woman need to come home and be a wife so we can be able to survive. We have to establish a new government. He's talking about the chemtrail and the food. He really talking about, hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. Sorry about that, guys. My battery was dying out. And those that just tuning in, just what I'm doing is I haven't watched the video, okay? So I'm listening to the video along with you guys. So if you hear me pause or whatever, is because I'm trying to listen to see what he's saying. so I can go ahead and translate it to you guys. Okay. So let's go ahead and hold on. So let me go ahead and get back to it. Yeah, my battery was running low, so I had to go ahead and charge that. So pretty much what Nature Boy is telling Tasha K, talking to Tasha K about, guys, can you hear me? If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. But pretty much what Tasha K is, I mean, not Tasha K, Nature Boy is talking about is pretty much what we already had known, okay? But I'm going to see if I can go ahead and get a call, go ahead and see if I can go ahead and do an interview with Nature Boy and see if they're going to allow me to, you know, make a live video about it, which they had said that, we couldn't. But, Tasha K is Tasha K. She's big and have a very huge platform. Okay, guys, let's go back. So he said that human beings are a part of nature and human beings are the ones that needs to be healed, which I totally agree with that. Like I say, when it comes to Nature Boy, he have a form of godliness, but he denies the power thereof. So his work is for the human beings. He was sent here to help his people, to teach them, to become aware of what's going on. And he said he forgive his people because you are black and brown, because you are indigenous to this land. He said he's talking about the melanin. He's saying the melanin is brown, the earth is brown, so all this is ours. Pretty much is what he's saying. And Tasha K, I don't know if she's looking bored or whatever, or she's soaking it in, but whatever it is, she's listening. And she said he went on and talked. He's talking to now. He's talking about white people, how white people, um, about them losing their melanin or whatever. I don't know what he said. Let me see. He's talking about the connection, and he's talking about the white people. He's talking about how their cells is not connecting because I guess because they don't have the melanin in their body, and they're not receiving the same information that we are. And he's talking about how white people, have dominate, pretty much everywhere. So he's going to talk about why. So he's talking about that we are still, in spite of all the stuff that is going on around us, that we are still indigenous people. It's just that we have lost our mind. And he's talking about like the rappers and the thugs. He said the reason why they are doing, so I guess some of the bad things that's what thugs do is because they are not in tune of with who they are. And so he's saying now that our melanin is now, as we waking up, is allowing us to connect with what is going on. So he's saying now that we need to start tapping into that heat wave, and so that we can get the code and the messages, so we can get rid of this sickness, so we can get rid of this sickness and this virus, which pretty much is white supremacists. Now, some of the stuff that he's talking about right now, either Tashak is she don't care about what he's saying, or is going over her head, because pretty much Tashak is not, a Nature Boy fan, where she really was not following Nature Boy to know exactly where his mindset or what he's talking about. So I don't know if Tashak is another Nick at Night, where when she was trying to do an interview with True, and we know most of the stuff that was going over her head. So Tashak, I don't know if she quite understanding, grasping of what he's talking about, or she just don't care. But which we do know that Tashak was not following Nature Boy. So for her to sit on the platform to give that interview is very questionable for us all. But like I say, Tashak is Tashak, and she have a very huge follower. So pretty much. So he's pretty much talking about the melons and how it's connect with the black race. So he's there just to wake black people up. And he's saying now that black people is starting to be more conscious, especially the way they eat. And he's the one. He said he is the one that is planting that seed to wake our people up, that how to eat right. And he think that the way that he's saying is that he was brought here to wake our people up, to get more connected with nature. So he's here to activate us. And he came here in human form to let you know who you are. Nature Boy. So he's here to bring this message to us. So he said that the average person is not going around talking to a tree. So who you got? You got Nature Boy. Because he's nature. So he's here to wake your people up. Because, the average person is not going around talking to a tree. So most likely that he came into this avatar body to speak to his people, to wake up the black race, the black and the brown race, to give you the word. But he said the reason why we not receiving it because of white supremacists, because it have been embedded in our minds. So that's why we not taking all this in. So pretty much what Nature Boy is talking about, guys, and I done went into 30 minutes already, is what we pretty much already know. So the universe have given you Nature Boy. So he said that pretty much the universe have given you Nature Boy, and some people, they were killed to get this teaching. So he was sent here to warn his people. And he said that we are sick and we are still programmed because of white supremacists. And he said that we're going to get it either through the heat wave, through the flood. We're going to get this information because he said because of what the virus, which is the virus, is white supremacists, and you know it's getting hotter. As he said, hotter each and every day. So most likely, he's saying that the sun is getting closer to the earth, but the sun is not going to affect us. Which I talked about this on several of my videos. Like I say, some of this stuff you can chew, and some of this stuff that Nature Boy talk about, you can go ahead and spit out. Now, Tasha K look like she have no clue or no idea of what this man is talking about, but we talked about all this on our videos. And he also talking about how now they trying to get rid of us by tampering. And like I say, this is Nature Boy's words, okay? All this stuff right here is Nature Boy's words. He said, and I'm going to say allegedly, okay? He said now they are tampering with our water. Nature Boy said now they are trying to tamper with our water because they are seeing that how our people are waking up. So they're doing anything to try to go ahead and destroy us, where they are now tampering in our water. And I remember seeing something like this on CNN when someone, a guy had said, if they really wanted to get you, they could tamper with your water. So that's what he's talking to Tasha K right now. And Tasha K is not blinking her eye. She's soaking it in. Either she's soaking it in or it's going over her head. Wow. He's talking about how all these chemicals and even saying certain types of drugs, and this is coming out of Nature Boy's mouth. Certain kind of drugs that they are putting in the water system, flushing down the water system. Wow. But like I said there and say, even in back then in the Bible days, they tried all kind of ways to get rid of us. But just like this comedian said, we don't die, we multiply. So as much as they try to sit there and put a yoke around us, we ain't going nowhere. We was here in the beginning and we gonna stay until the end. He's talking about the tap water now. So now Tasha K is about to Tasha K stopped him right here and she said, let me go ahead and jump in. She's saying, thank you for giving us a lot of background. So he said there and stopped Tasha K, and he wants to say one more thing. Like I said, they say, when it comes to Nature Boy, trust me, Nature Boy want to make sure that he gets everything out. I guess he said he was on a large platform right now, and he's going to try to take every opportunity that he can. But I'm still shocked, guys. I'm still shocked that they allow Tasha K to go ahead and do this interview. Most likely, that's why she went ahead and put it on her, her own little streaming thing that she have. So let me go ahead and continue. Now he said not all white people. He said he's not talking about all white people trying to harm us. He's talking about the ones that's running the government. And we all can agree to this because white and black can agree to this. We've been saying it for so long, that the government needs to take their hands out of everything. The government is the mark of the beast. The government is Babylon. The government is the ones that's running this country. So, guys, like I say, make sure you go ahead and hit like, comment, and share these videos for more unapologetic content. I'm watching this video along with you guys. So if you hear me pause and stop, it's because I'm trying to soak it in so I can be able to translate it to you guys. Okay. So he's talking about the white man in power. They are the ones that destroying the planet. And we need to wake up. And he said that black man and black woman, you will wake up. They are trying to destroy the planet. And remember, Tasha K has interrupt him and say, "Let me go ahead and say something." But then Nature Boy went ahead and he overrode it. So he wants to get his message. He wants to get his message across. Hi, College, Patty Cake. How you guys are doing? Welcome to my live. Thank you, College, for joining. Like I said, girl, I'm just, this is all the stuff Nature Boy is talking about with Tasha K, which we already knew all about it, okay? But does this make sense? Yes, it does make sense. I'll be sitting here lying if it doesn't make sense. But when it comes to Nature Boy have a form of godliness, but he denies the power thereof. If he would have stayed on this message right here, I think he would have been more effective. But he wanted to, be nature. He wants to act a fool. If I think that if he would have put all that stuff on the side, he would have been more powerful than what he is. Because some people wants to hear this. So, so he told. So he's talking. He must be talking. Okay, so he told Tasha K to hold on real quick. So I guess he must be talking to his wives. They must be on the phone as well. So Tasha K is, going into awe because I guess, in a happy way. So what they are doing is they are connecting the call so that Tasha K and Nature Boy can go ahead and do the interview. So most likely it was a three-way. So it's not like Tasha K was the one that called Nature Boy direct. It was, you know, coming from his sister wives from Carbon Nation. So they went ahead and most likely, and I will say allegedly, they're the ones that went ahead and did a three-way call. So if they did that, Tasha K is out of the clear. That's smart. That is smart. So Tasha K can go ahead and make a live video like she's doing, because it's not her is the one that's going to go ahead and get in trouble if something happened. It's the ones that was in carbonation, because they are the ones that's conducting this video. They are the third. They are the mediator. Tasha K is just the one that's doing the interview. So let me go ahead and continue, because now what they are doing is they connecting the call so Nature Boy can continue talking to Tasha K so they can go ahead and do their interview. So now what Nature Boy is, he's giving honor to his sister wives, his wives, talking about how they've been riding with him. So he's saying that everything had happened, it's supposed to happen like this. So he's saying that his personal life is that he's in love with his wives. And they holding them down. Aya, Malia, Ephru, Zoka, which, like I said, even when in the Bible, it was the women that held, if you believe in those Bible stories, it was the women that held Jesus down. The men, they ran. And, so far, the women, they stayed in. The only man that's there left that we know of, and that's true. And he just thanking them because, he they didn't turn their back on him, and that's what he's grateful about. He's crying now. Nature Boy is crying, guys. Nature Boy is crying. He's crying. You can hear, in his voice, he's crying. And the reason why he's crying is because how the women are standing behind him. And he's grateful because of that. So that's what I'm about to go ahead and get into. Okay. Nature Boy, we finally get to see. Well, Nature Boy, no, we saw him cry before on Beagle Live when um yeah, we did saw him cry. I even have a video of that. I should have played the video if I would have watched the uh this interview before Nature Boy before I came on live. I may have played that video, but now Nature Boy is crying. So he's crying because these are happy tears because his wives are standing by his side while he's go through this. And they're keeping him update. He said he couldn't have done it without them. And he also said, thank you, True. He's thanking True. He said he couldn't have done this without them. And he also thanking True for standing by his side. He said to True, thank you for helping me with my wives. So True is the one that's holding it down. True is the ones that's helping him take care of his wives. And he said he never thought, he thought that, they might would turn on him, but he said that, they stood with him in the entire time. And he said that he know what he has signed up for. So this is his own persecution. This is, I guess, this is something that he knew that he was going to go through. That's his. He's so he's talking now. He's talking about his ego. He's talking about how people portrayed him. He's talking about how people stole his money. And guys, if you're just tuning in, like I say, I'm watching the video along with you guys, so I do not know what he's going to say next. So if you hear me pause, it's because I'm trying to hear what he's saying so I can go ahead and translate it to you guys. So he's saying that he's going through just like the Passion of Christ, how they betrayed him, how they betrayed Jesus. So he's saying that he's going through the same thing, how they did the Passion of Christ, which we know that Judas had betrayed Jesus. Judas, he denied, Peter denied him. The men ran from him, but the women was the only ones that stayed by his side. He's talking about the line of your own people. So he's saying that this is effed up, what he's going through. So he said if he have to describe himself, he described himself as a baby in need for his mother, and can't get to his mother. That's how he described himself as, because of the lies and deceit. He said everything that he did it with good intentions, but people misunderstood him. He said that is a painful, painful feeling, but you have to go through that persecution. He said, "Blessed are those that are falsely accused." But he said that Nature Boy said that, but he never thought that these women, he's talking about Ephru, Aya, Malia, and Zoka, would stick with him and true. He never thought, but he knew because we already know he called it out. He said that Solar was going to be the one that deny him, that betray him. I mean, Tasha K trying to sit there and cut in, but Nature Boy is so full where he needs to tell his story, and you all know that Nature Boy loves to talk. So Tasha K told Nature Boy she finally could get a word out. She said that they are more stronger than what she is. And she said that's truly a compliment because she couldn't have done it. And she also talked about she did meet Nature Boy's sister wives, and they were very sweet. So Nature Boy asked Tasha K a question, and she had said, "Yes, I will hold my husband down." But she said that she's kind of jealous, so she don't know if she would have helped Nature Boy not with dealing with four different women, four women. What she's saying that I can hold you down, but I can't hold you down if my husband gonna have four different women. She said she'll feel some type of way. So Nature Boy sat there and said that's the problem with some of our people. So I'm guessing he's trying to make Tasha K see why you should be in a polygamous. So what he's saying is that when it comes to polygamous is, he's talking about how it was back then, all it is so you can build a stronger family. So he said that the reason why they do polygamous because the more people, the stronger that they can be. So now he's going back into white supremacists and talking about, the reason why, all this, I guess, the split up the polygamous and, all this stuff that's dealing with white supremacists. So Tush K just really just soaking it in. So he's talking about the freedom of the Declaration of Independence, freedom, and talking about we was, here to be independent and the root of it. And he's talking about, before we came here, we had big tribes, so all this stuff right here, what we see now, that was not how it was supposed to be. We were supposed to be, with our tribe, together, where we more bigger and more powerful. And Tosh K just soaking it in, guys. But what happened was we were saturated with white supremacists, with their knowledge and their ways. but we still pushing because it's in our drink. He said because we still pushing because all this right here is in our genes. And he said that Nature Boy went on and said that we're gonna always be independent, because that's the way that it was supposed to be until white supremacists. And he said that I guess he's talking about indigenous people. We was the only ones that was, you know, to be in harmony with other people, but because of white supremacists, and the virus, have taken over. But we are the only race that was supposed to be together in harmony, which, in the beginning, that's how it was supposed to be. We all supposed to be in harmony, to be fruitful and multiply and plenish the earth. So, so quite obvious, some of the stuff that Nature Boy is saying, it seems like, Tasha K either is tuning it out or is going overhead, like I said, because, when he was talking, she said, "What did you say?" So I guess she didn't hear it, or, you know, I don't know. It's probably be too much to take in because you know how it is with the human mind. We only can take in so much in so many minutes, and this right here is going on for at least almost a good hour. So he's talking about how we've been a plague and a virus because of white supremacists, but that is not how it should be. So now he's talking about when we was in the jungle, when we had teepees. And he's talking about how we belongs to this land. And he's talking about the reason why white supremacists does not understand because they do not have the melanin. So now Tasha K is interrupting them again, because Nature Boy was going on and on. So she interrupted him and she called him by three gods. So let's see what she have to say. So she did say that she listened to his video all the time and she loved the message. And she talking about the video that he had made when he had fasted for 3 days. And she says she loved where he's going and his headspace. So she's saying, unfortunately, but we only have an hour. So I guess she wants to get into the meat. So she said that she have a lot of questions. And she told Nature Boy, that is a lot of questions that she want to ask. And if you feel that you want to go ahead and answer. So now Touch K probably say, look, I don't listen to him ramble on about nature and about white supremacists. Now I need to get to the meat. So now this path right here, Tasha K is about to take control, hopefully. So let's see what Tasha K is about to say. So what she's saying is what I'm about to ask, you don't have to really answer because I don't want to say anything that's going to hinder your case. So she says she want to go ahead and try to cover a lot of misconceptions or anything that, have been felt wrong about him. And she said that, she believed that the reason why Nature Boy is talking to her because Nature Boy had trusted her. So, and he said, right. So she said she'll appreciate it, but she want to spend at least 15 minutes, I guess, to ask him some questions. So she want to go into the background. She want to know about the parents. That's what I want to know. Where's your parents? Oh, what about your mom? What about your dad? He said that his mom died when he was 3 years old, and his dad died of a heart attack. He was 60 or 70, and his dad died shortly after his mom. And he said that his dad was very in love with his mom. And he said by the mom losing the dad really made his mom very depressed. So Touch K says, so your mom, she died of a broken heart. And he said, pretty much. So he said that he was born in 1982. And Touch K said, you was born in 82? And guys, that's just following me right now. Like I said, I never heard the video myself. I never watched the video. So I'm watching along with you guys and talking at the same time so I can go ahead and translate. So if you hear me pause, it's because I'm trying to give you the interview of what's going on because I cannot play Tasha K's live. So Tasha K is asking about Nature Boy grandparents. What about your grandparents? Did your grandparents raise you? He said he does not know where his grandparents are at. He said it's sort of like a mystery of his life. And it is, it's kind of weird. You mean that his mom and his dad was the only people that was on this planet? Where's aunties, his uncles? It's like after his parents had him, nothing else exists. The only one that we know he had of, and that's his brother, or I think his stepsister, which some people say that it wasn't his sister that had came to carbonation when she was in some of the lives. So Tasha K is asking them then, who took over? So who raised you? So he told Tasha K that he was in foster care all his life, in and out of foster homes until he got adopted. So now Tasha K is asking him, how was foster care? He said that foster care was very confusing. And he said he never seen himself, like anybody else, which we already know that Nature Boy talked about that, because, he was adopted by white parents. And, he never saw, I guess, people that, was looking like him. So I guess that's where all the confusion come from. I don't know, guys. So, he started asking questions, where his sister was, because I think at the time, Nature Boy had talked about it where it was just him. And then I think later they went and adopted the other brother. So Touch K say, did you do, but Touch K say, but you do have siblings. And he said that he only have one little brother. And he also had a sister. And he talked about another older brother that he did have, but they was not raised together. They all were separated as kids. So now Tasha K is asking the question: was you ever abused in foster care? And he said, of course, he been through abuse. And so now Tasha K is asking, was you abused sexual, of or all of above, was you abused? The Tasha K is So Tasha K asked him, was you sexual abused by men and women? He's talking about how he was neglected, sexual abuse. So he said he pretty much felt like he was the outcast. So now Tasha K is asking him questions. She said that how was school, because Nature Boy pretty much never talked about none of this. Now this right here is new to me because I really never. Now I do have a video of Nature Boy's sister showed a picture when he with him and his other classmates, but he never really got in details about school. He said school was pretty much confusion as well. So he said, which we did. I did hear a video when Nature Boy was talking about when he was in school, and how when because of his parents was white, and he saw the other kids, their families look just like him, look like them, but he was kind of wondering why his family wasn't looking like him, and where they were, and which it have several videos out there where Nature Boy did talk about all that. So what he said that when it came to his foster parents, he felt that he never was supposed to be connected to that. So quite obvious, it was a big disconnection because I remember when he talked about, the bishops when he was young, how they treated him real good, long as they was there for like a little few weeks or few months just to adjust to that house. But once they finally had adopted him, then that's when the real bishops came out, where he saw that these people, according to Nature Boy, were some very evil and wicked people. But quite obvious, something had to happen to him for Nature Boy to have all those childhood traumas. So he said he couldn't connect it to him. He couldn't connect to the bishops. So Tasha K has said, I can definitely, which means she can definitely understand what he is going through, when it comes to him having this tribe, being with so many wives. And I guess, she's saying because of how, he was raised, all the stuff that he been through, in and out of foster parents, foster homes, and seeing different parents, and quite obvious, if you had so many foster parents, mom and dad, then you say, okay, look, I don't know, I might as well have just sit there and just get my own tribe. So that's what Tasha K is saying. She kind of understands where he's going with all this and why some of this stuff is happening. Because he didn't grow up with the typical family. So that's why he went ahead and built a family of his own, which quite it understand. It makes sense why he would want to build a family, a tribe of his own, because he was in and out of foster homes. And like I said, there and say some of this stuff, guys, we could society have felt Nature Boy, society have felt us, because some of this stuff could be eliminated by getting the right therapy that these people need. Instead of just throwing them inside of jail, jail is not going to help you. Jail is just going to make you worse off than what you are by incarcerating these people, when if anything they need to be in a mental hospital or be to a psychiatrist, somebody that's going to, a therapist. Because what you're doing is you're not sitting there getting to the issues why this stuff is happening. And I pretty much, like, a lot of stuff of this could have, wouldn't have never happened if the right people, he had the right support team that was involved in his life, including the ones that's joining those cults or tribes or whatever they want to call, get these people help. We can build so many private prisons, but yet we can't build hospitals, facilities that these people need. We rather just shove them into the jail, into prison. And that's not helping them. It's making it worse. Because sooner or later, when you release these people out of prison, you putting them back on the street, and they just gonna end up back into the incarceration. So if anybody is the problem, it's got to be the system. The system is not messed up. The system is doing exactly what it's designed to do. Because as you can see right here, we're not even into an hour yet. And Tasha K could see straight through it. She could see straight through it. And he's talking about how the families is broken because of the system. Now Tasha K is asking Nature Boy how was his grades, which we already know about it, because the ones that follow Nature Boy, we already know that he said that the bishops, the people that was his adopted parents, they was giving him all types of medication, allegedly, according to Nature Boy, written stuff that he didn't need, which end up putting him in special aid. So Tasha K asked him, did he graduate in high school? He said yes. Now I would like to see his diploma. I would like to see, his graduation pictures, because Nature Boy never once showed his graduation pictures. So he told Tasha K, I'm gonna call you right back. But now we almost into an hour, which we got an hour more. But we didn't know Nature Boy graduated. Well, I didn't know, because like I said, I only followed him just a little bit when he was I think in Mexico, when he was on an airplane, he was getting on an airplane, and they kicked him off. And after that, I haven't followed him since. But most all the information that I know of about Nature Boy is because when he had got on Beagle Live. So this is like the third call right here. So this right here is the third call. So quite obvious he's the only one that is able to take a phone call, because I thought after your 15 minutes, somebody else next in line, they are the ones that, need to take a call. But quite obvious, he held the phone the entire time. So now we'll be waiting for him to get back online. So now Tasha K is welcoming him back to the live, and Tasha K is addressing him as three God, not Nature Boy, but as three God. And she said, I know that these questions are probably redundant, but she want to see the whole picture and not just bits or pieces or clips. And Nature Boy said, I'm totally vibing with you. And she said, it's just like sitting through therapy. So now Taja K is going back to his high school diploma. And guys, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to Tasha K channel, because I really think that Tasha K is doing a great job. Tasha K took 30 minutes allowing Nature Boy to talk without her interrupting. Very seldomly you will see that Tasha K was interrupting, and most likely she wasn't. She was giving him a chance to talk for 30 minutes. Now, this other 30 minutes, this other half of the hour, Tasha K is the one that is asking the questions. She's the one that is in control, and I think that she did a very good job. She didn't get loud. She let him talk, and when she gave questions, she let him answer without interrupting. So I give her an A for this so far. So we're gonna see how it's gonna end, because we have another hour. So now Touch K is asking him, when did he first go to jail? So now he's saying that the reason why that he went to jail is because he was running away from the bishops, because they was abusing him, which we saw several videos of why he ran. He said that he was playing, which he didn't tell this to Tasha K, but we know on the videos that he was playing basketball, and he said that his brother had went home because before the street lights, before it tried to get dark, the bishops wanted him home, but he was into that game. And when his brother went home and he didn't go home after his brother, that's when, all the hell had broke out in the bishop's home. And what Nature Boy said is that when he looked back of all the stuff that happened with him in the bishop's home, all that did was made him strong, according to him. And he said that what he see out of it when he was living with the bishop by them making him strong is that he was not going to fall for what was going on in the system, because pretty much he felt that they was just there because they wanted a check, which that's what he had said on his other videos, but he didn't say it on this one. And he said, the questions that he was asking, now why he always closed his hands tight. And we already know that he talked about they used to whip him on his hand. They used to take whatever ruler or belt or whatever, and they used to beat him on his hands. They used to beat him in his hands. So that's why he closed his fist so tight. And he also said that they used to pour bleach on him, which, he talked about that on Beagle Live, talked about he was ugly. So they was putting bleach in his water, scrubbing him down. He used to say comment and all this other stuff, trying to get the black off of him. And he also told Tasha K that the bishops had a washing machine, but they used to make him and his brother wash their own clothes. And I know some false, because like I said, I was a foster parent. I adopted two kids. So I know that being in a foster parent, a foster parent, these kids, they would tell you it had some horrible stuff that had happened. So like I say, this is Nature Boy's story. So we cannot say that he's lying, he's making this up, because that is his truth. That's how he saw it from his view. So all we could do is just take it or leave it. And he said that they call them slaves. The bishops called them slaves, that they always had to do housework. And he said that, in the back they had like fruit trees. His tree was the apple tree. He said that they couldn't even go inside the house, they couldn't even go in the kitchen or anything. So pretty much they stayed out there in the backyard, which, whether we want to believe this story or not, but it's kind of makes sense why he loved nature so much, why he loved the outdoors so much. Which, before I took my videos down, I made a video about this, of how, all this stuff played out. He said pretty much, it was like they didn't have no television. They, pretty much couldn't do nothing. It was like a real Pentecostal house that they was living in. And he said that if he looked back at it, I guess now that he's in jail, he said now that he looked back how he was treated in the bishop's home, he's grateful. And the reason why he's grateful, because it taught him how to, grow his own vegetables, eat from nature and wash his own clothes, which we know that he wasn't washing his own clothes, but it's taught him how to be a part of nature. He said it all taught him how to be a part of nature, and he looked at it by being in the bishop's home that he was like a fill in, the fill in, how you got the house in and you got the fill in. He felt like he was the fill in. And the reason why that is because he stayed outside the majority of the time. It was like slavery. So now he's talking about the lady, which he's talking about the bishop. He said that the lady had whipped him for no reason with an extension cord, whipped her, whipped him in his hands. And he said that it hurt it so much where he felt that they both was able to feel it, even though it was the lady was the one that hitting him with the extension cord. But he said, Nature Boy said that she was hitting him so hard where he felt that she was feeling his pain as well. And he said that if the bishop, the lady would have hit him one more time, he felt like he was about to die. Now, like I said, I don't know if this is true or not, but it's his story. And he said that last hit that lady did, he felt like he was free because he snapped. He was out of his mind. He said he felt like he was free, which we already know that followed Nature Boy when he talked about that story. He said when he hit her, that last hit, he snapped where he tore up this lady entire home, the entire home. And he said he ran. And he said as he was running, he felt like he was free, where he rather stay on the streets. And as you can see right now, a lot of stuff that Nature Boy is doing to these women and to those men is because of his childhood traumas. So he's talking about how he ran out the back of the door. He said how he was running and how he was crying that he was free. He said he didn't care where he was going. It was just like a movie. All he knew that he was free. And as you can see, all the stuff that Nature Boy went through and what he's talking about now, it all makes sense of why he was so territorial when it came to the ones that was in carbonation. All he's doing is putting on his childhood traumas, injecting his childhood traumas upon the ones that was a part of carbonation. So, guys, make sure you go ahead and hit like, comment, and share these videos for more unapologetic content. And those that just came on, I have not listened to this interview that Tasha K did with Nature Boy. So whatever he said next, I'm just like you guys. I don't know what's coming next. All I'm doing is listening to it and translating it back to you guys. So I will be back because I give me about 1 minute and I'll be right back. I'm back. So for now, when I leave, I'm gonna go ahead and just play a video so you guys could watch a video. So let me go ahead and continue because this was like a 2 hour video, guys. And like I said, when it comes to Tasha K doing this interview, Tasha K was very professional. She let him talk. She didn't interrupt. She wasn't loud or anything, guys. So let me go ahead and continue giving a recap. So he said as he was running, he was freeing himself from white supremacists. And Tasha K said, He said after that, he said after that he was a running in. He been running ever since. He said, I am free. And he said after that, the system became his mother. The system became his mother. And that's why he was able to manipulate it. He said he kept running away. And they put him after that when he didn't want to go back to the bishops, because they didn't believe what was happening. His brother even denied, which he didn't talk about it right here, but we already know the story. But his brother even denied that all this stuff was happening. But he said then that he just couldn't go no more. They put him in a group home. He said he got in trouble. He said he learned to rebel in the group home, which we already know the story. And he said he refused to conform to the system. So what he wanted to do, he wanted to do everything that the streets was doing. So pretty much the streets is the one that had mentored him. The street was the one that he had got most of his teaching and his knowledge from the street. But he never wanted to be a part of breaking the rules. But he always gravitate to people that was against the system, because he never wanted to be a part of the system. So Tasha K said, so you was in and out of group homes. And that's when he said no. He was in jail for 5 years. He said he was in jail for 5 years. And Tasha K said, for what? For running away? He said, no, I was getting in trouble. I was trying to tell you that. I was getting in trouble with the law. I was doing some crazy stuff. Went to jail because I was doing all kinds of stuff. We was doing all kinds of stuff back then. It was rough. He's he said he was out there just wilding, just doing whatever that they was doing just to rebel. And that was the environment. So Tasha K said you was 19. Tasha K said you was 19. You got your high school diploma. So did you actually go out there and get a job or a trade? He said, yeah, I went to the military. Okay, Tasha K said, I didn't know that. I went to the army. I did basic training. Then after that, I went to the crazy house. He said when he was in jail, he tried to kill himself because he always was depressed. Tasha K, he said he went to the psychiatric. He said he said so he talking about after he got out of the psychiatric, they went to the military and they found out. I guess they found out that he was in a mental hospital. And they're not gonna keep you if they know that you was crazy, right? So he had an honorable discharge. So Tasha K said, how long you was in the military? So after basic training, they let him go. So he never got to the first. So after that, he went to Job Code and he graduated in Job Code. So he had took a trade. So he said after that, people started saying that he looked like Tyson Beckham, whatever Beckham, and I guess that right there was the birth of him going into the strip clubs because he knew that Tyson Beckham was like to him the most sexiest guy in the world, to people. So he said, "Oh crap, if that's how I'm gonna survive, then hey, I guess I'm gonna be Tyson Beckham lookalike." So he said he gonna try to be an actor. So he said that right there took him to a whole nother world, and I guess that right there is the birth of Nature Boy with those many different characters, because as we know, he played it out and he played it real good. From someone, whoever that was, told him that he looked like Tyson Beckham. And he said after that he met gay people and he was able to manipulate the gay people in order to survive. And Tasha K said, okay. And he said he was in the sex industry for a long time. Now Tasha K said, hold up, you mean manipulate gay people in order to survive? So Tasha K got to stop. And what you mean? Break it down. Let me know what you're talking about. You sat there and you manipulated gay people in order to survive. So let's go ahead and hear what Nature Boy got to say. Because he said she never heard of that. So he said gay for pay. So he said gay for pay. So that's pretty much, which we already know. That's what he always talked about. The how he manipulate the gay community, gay for pay. So so Tasha K said pretty much you was an escort. He said yes. And he also talked about he was a male stripper. He said instead of doing drugs and going back to jail, that's the life that he chose, to be a male stripper. And he said that was the easy way out to go ahead and get money because he knew that he was good looking and that he can go ahead and get paid. And guys got paid more than the girls. He said it was what it was. It was a hustle. And he's telling the honest truth. And he said it's a couple of reasons why black people don't like him. Because they look at him as being gay because, he was working in a strip club. Because he did gay stuff. So that's why people don't mess with him. But he said that is just his truth. And Tasha K said that I appreciate your honesty. And she said, about Tasha K went on and said about, black man, to go ahead and share the experience because, most of the black men, they are not going to talk about stuff like that, especially if you tell someone, you are hired as gay to pay. They're going to figure, okay, if you are in a gay club, quite obvious, you got to be gay too, which we already know the story behind this. We know Nature Boy about the doctor, when he did a scene on that, which he said that the doctor, paid him $2,000 allegedly, for him to participate. And Tasha K said, with stuff like this, especially, pretty much what she is saying when it comes into the black community, stuff like that, you be shame upon, people, they will look down on you because of stuff like that. So she said that she appreciated, for him to be very honest, and and it's no judgment when it comes to her part, because that's his truth. And she also said that she had told Nature Boy's followers. So she sat there and said she followed, told his followers and those that, I guess dealing with, the gay community, because, that's his true, and she appreciate him for being honest. And she also say that should be a conversation. That should be a conversation, people should have in case they want to move forward. So by Nature Boy coming out and telling his truth, what she's pretty much saying is that it will open the door for more other people. It will open the door for other people that wants to come out, to tell their truth, and nothing to be ashamed with, because that is his testimony, that is his life, and it can help someone else that's going through the same thing that he's going through or he went through. And he is talking about, in order to survive, you have to look at it. He was out there by himself. It was just him. It was nobody. So he had to do whatever he had to do in order for him to survive. And it didn't matter what no one else said about him. And Tasha K said, okay, she agreed, because that was his way of surviving out there. He didn't want to do drugs. He didn't want to go back in jail. So he felt that the easy way out is to be a male stripper or a male escort. And he felt like his journey is not for his life. What he went through is not for him. It's for everybody of what he been through, especially when it comes through, being into the gay community. He said something about, being attracted to trainees, which we already know about that. Nature Boy talked about all this. At the end, he starts showing himself. And maybe if he would have came out in the long run, talked about all this, we probably wouldn't be where we are today. Because sometimes, because of all the pressure that's going on in society, we try to suppress things like this. And he's being honest with his reality, and he don't want to lie about anything. He wants to be set free. So he said he apply himself with his honesty. And Tasha K said, I'm proud of you for, yeah. And Tasha K says she wished that more black men, men that is in his shoes, would just, I guess, come out and share their story and be who they are and share it. And she said, as women, we are very understand. And she said that I tell men all the time, but then Nature Boy cut off. So so Nature Boy is talking about what it means to be gay outside, I guess, of all the so-called norm. and people don't talk about it. Mhm. So now he's talking about the reason why people don't like to come out and talking about, their sexual preference or whatever, and why people are homosexual. So Nature Boy, not Nature Boy, Tasha has said that, look, I'm gonna have to bring you back on the show. I guess she want to talk more about that because he said that it's a lot to talk about. And he said that's the hard thing when it comes to people to separate the person from the knowledge. And Tasha K say they can be interested in you because you are the knowledge, and they can be interested in you. So Nature Boy consider himself as the black struggle, the black family through Eligio. He's the descendant of slaves, of gods. And he said that he is a human being, and this right here is his human experiment of what he's going through. So he said that he's not afraid, to be an outcast, when it comes to his people, because that's the way he grew up. And he said that his whole life was different. He was not raised like the normal person. He didn't think the same. He didn't have the same culture. The music, he had that, the music, but he wasn't born into the culture like everybody else. So he said that his life is a little different because of what he experienced, because of what he'd been through. And Tasha K said people feel what they don't understand. So quite obvious, she gets it. And it's not in her own words. So I'm just trying to translate it the best way I can. So now Tasha K is asking Nature Boy, did you ever own a barbershop? He said, yes, I did. I became a barber. So Tasha K said, okay, so this is after you was retired, from being a male stripper. He said, yes. So he said that was part of, so I guess coming out of the stripper, that was just the strip club, the strip scene or whatever he was in. That was just, I guess, a part of him. But he wanted to be looked at more than his sexuality. So that's why he went into barber. He went to because he did it for so long. But that was not his whole life. And also it's like being in that scene, I guess being a stripper, and we all know how he talked about it, how he traveled all over the world, how they wanted him to stay in California, and he said all this stuff right here, it made him sick. He wanted to throw up. He had enough of it. So he was talking about all the parties that they wanted him to be a part of it, but he felt like he was more than that. It wasn't really him being himself. And he said, just like people like to do hair, but that's not who they are. So I think that he felt that just because he was doing all those parties, in the gay community or whatever he was, he felt that that was not just him. That was just a part of him. So he said that he was not just a barber. He was not just a stripper. He said he's also a very intelligent man that knows about knowledge. So he said that he was very creative. He knew how to dance, he knew how to act, and that's where all those different personalities came in, because see, he was an entertainer, and we know that Nature Boy, he knows how to pick up so many different characters, because we saw all that. We saw how he was the psychiatrist, we saw how he was a stripper, we saw how he was a dancer, we saw how he was a comedian. So that's what gravitate to us, because he knew how to put on an act. And he said that's how he got all of his energy, because all that was a part of him, but it came with a price. And he said by him recording everything, and showing people their shadows, he said that's how most of this stuff happened. I guess people hated him for that. So now Tasha K is finally trying to get something in. So now Tasha K said she's starting to understand. So now Tasha K is saying she's starting to understand, by I guess what he's talking about, she's starting to look into his life to see, all the stuff that, he's been through, and how he's being transparent. So now Tasha K is going on. She's saying she pretty much can understand why he just left everything. And most likely, she's going to talk about how he said, even he sold his barber, everything, and just went out there into the jungle in the middle of nowhere. So she's saying about the Tropic of Central America, and how he fasted, how he went out there in the tropic, and he pretty much fast because he wanted to go ahead and detox for from everything that he had went through. And that's how Nature Boy was truly birthed. So she quite understand it. It does make sense. So what he did was, Nature Boy say, he separated himself from everything, from being a barber, being a stripper, and he just wanted to sit there and find him, the real Nature Boy. So so he said he's pretty much of a questioner, where he pretty much wanted to find him, find who he is, not the stripper, not the barber, but he wanted to just leave it all behind, go out there in the middle of nowhere so he can find himself. So that's what he did. He went into the jungle and started asking questions to himself. Where are we located? Where is the Milky Way? He just started asking questions. So he just started asking questions why he was in the jungle, why he's here, and why is this? And most likely that's how he gonna be able to get through in jail where he's at, because now he got that time where it's just him and God or whomever he want to sit there and look at. But we know there's only one God, and that's the Most High God. So now it's just him. So the same questions that he was asking when he was in the middle of nowhere, when he was in the jungle, most likely it's the same questions that he's asking right now. Where now God said, I got you by myself. So I can start doing a self-examination. And he already said that he was in a coma. He felt like he was in a hospital where they was doing surgery. So now Most High God got him locked up in confinement where he can just do the surgery, everything that he needs to know. And by him in the jungle, he was able to ask those type of questions. So he said that he didn't name himself. So he was talking about how we was programmed. Mhm. So Tasha K had told Nature Boy to go ahead and hang up, and they're going to go ahead and start back with the controversy and all the stuff that I guess going on now. So this is going to be like the fourth time that Nature Boy hung up, and they all had to connect them back to Tasha K. So this conversation right here, like I was wondering at first, how did Tasha K was able to contact, the jailhouse and get in touch with Nature Boy, because pretty much that was illegal. But what happened was that this is a three-way call, so Tasha K hands is clean. So now Nature Boy about to go ahead and come back. So Tasha K is going down of all the stuff that they talked about where he is now with this journey and who he's seeking, no, and who he is. And then Tasha K talked about the background of all the stuff that he been through. So she's saying that she only have an hour left. So she want to go ahead and get into all the misconception and the controversy and all the stuff that was taken out of content. And she also want him to talk about some things without making his case complicated. So she don't want to get in something that's going to incriminate him. So she's saying that she want to know that what he say, that she don't want to say anything that's going to discriminate his case. So she's being fair. Like I say, Tasha K did a really good job. So I give her an A on this because most people, they're not going to go ahead and just let you talk. They're going to go ahead and interrupt and everything. And she really fascinated. Now I don't know if that's because that's the only video she saw, but she really fascinated about the video when he went on that fast. Okay, so I guess that's what really had caught her attention because we know that Nature Boy got a huge catalog that is out there. So, guys, we got a few more minutes and left. So, let me go ahead and see if I can get through. I didn't even know that I can get through all this, but hey, I did. Guys, thank you for joining my live. Make sure you hit like, comment, and share these videos for more unapologetic content. And those that just tuning in, no, I cannot play the Tasha K content. You know how Tasha K is, which I wouldn't play it anyway. So the best thing for me to do is just go ahead and do a recap. Okay. So, guys, so far I'm almost an hour and something in, and this was a long video, 2 hours, and I'm doing the best that I can. So, guys, whether you like the video or not, just go ahead and hit like, comment, and share these videos for more unapologetic content. See, True Essence is here. Thank you for joining my live. She said it's sad that what he said about his adopted parents is true, but it's no excuse to abuse other people. Correct. And I'm gonna go ahead and read some of the comments after I finish this. So let me go ahead and finish this, so I could give you a recap of what was said, which pretty much, guys, everything that Nature Boy is saying, we already knew. So Nature Boy, Tosh K is pretty much going over the video when Nature Boy went on the fast, when he's just dropped everything and decided to go out there into the jungles. So she just giving a little recap, rundown of that, so Nature Boy can go ahead and dive into all that. And she talked about how Nature Boy dropped everything, house, cars, kids, everything, and say, I'm out. I got to go. I got to go and figure out what is going on. And she talked about that they never heard of any black person would have done something like that, which I made a video about this. And that's why Nature Boy, like I said, I'm not excusing him of all the stuff that he did, but a lot of jealousy had kicked in because black people, our people, they talked about this, how we should leave, how we should exit, but we never did it. Some of us never did it. But this man actually did it. He actually, and we saw his home. He had a beautiful home, beautiful 2-story home, beautiful wife, beautiful business that was going on, plenty of people that was in his barber shop. And he left it all, got him a RV, and he went into the jungles, left it all in order for him to find himself. And we know that a lot of people, they are taught to talk, but they won't do it. But he actually did it. So whether we like Nature Boy or not, and I don't condone none of the bad stuff that he did, but whether we like him or not, that's a lot to sit there, and give someone at least a little credit for. Because you're not going to find too many people that's going to leave all of their material possession, their houses, their cars, their family, just leave it all and just go out there in the jungle in the middle of nowhere. Come on, guys. And she said that, going into that jungle and pouring all that knowledge into those people, and talked about how the people that had followed him, how they was able to lay everything down and follow him. We talked about that, how Nature Boy was able to capture a lot of people, especially young people, attention. And when it comes to these young kids today, they ain't gonna leave their video games, their AC, they nothing, and follow man. But they did it. And that's why I say this right here, this might hit the big screen. And most likely that's why they wanted all of our videos deleted so they can go ahead and make the docu-series themselves and give credit to certain people. So she just summarized, of all the stuff that he was going through. So he had said that when Tasha K had gave that little summary of how everything had took place, he said, well, not quite really, but how the people had came to be a part of carbonation. So let's see what he got to say about that. So he was like a guru, a teacher. So now he's talking about how people came in, how he pretty much, reprogram them, and if you was in the military would tell you that, everything that you ever learned out there in the streets, your parents told you when you joined the military, they was going to reprogram you, pretty much brainwash you. But like I said on several of my videos, when the military, they sit there and tell you they're going to wipe everything out of you, and they was going to pour everything into you that need to be known, but they don't do it abusive. They don't put their hands on you. They, to in order to put that information into you. So he said he looked at all them that came to be a part of carbonation, not as a cult, but as his tribe. So he said that he the one put all that knowledge in them, and he also was the one that told them that he was their Messiah. That God made nature because nature is God. And God is giving a message to his people to stop living into white society and stop spending the money to give back into pretty much white supremacists, which that is true, absolutely true. I talk about that all the time on my videos, because what we do is when we giving back into white supremacists, what we doing is we're not being independent, we giving it back to them, and we need to build our own home, do our own bed. So he is the messenger from God to the African American people to stop giving yourself to white supremacists and come out of her, because all they doing is destroying you. And you need to come out of white supremacists, because that is not the way that it's supposed to be. So quite obvious, what he's saying is that he is a messenger from God, the Most High God, I guess. He's the messenger, and that's who he is. So now Tasha K is asking him a question that she felt that needs to be asked before they get into a lot of other questions. So now she's want to talk about the allegations. Nature Boy wants to talk about nature, but Tasha K, she wants to get down to the allegations that some of the members had. Tasha K say, she want to talk about some of the allegations that some of the members had said that he did. hmm So Tasha K say that she have the gift of communication. She's telling Nature Boy that she have the gift of communication. And she said in that gift, and she also, I guess, have the gift of persuasion. So she can gather information and she can put it together where she can give out that information where other people can get it, understand the information. So in order, what she's saying, she's the guru of, and that's my own word. She didn't say that, but she's the guru of YouTube. Okay, the queen of YouTube. Let me say that. Oh, you hear that, Michelle Brown, ATL? Go on. And she said to Nature Boy, if you cannot follow the information, she'll break it down some more. So she's talking about the questions of all the allegations that is going on, which I must say, Tosh K is doing a great job. Okay. So she's saying that, even though she's giving the information to her viewers, is there, the people that's watching that, how they perceive this information that she's is giving out. It's up to them to use discernment, and it's up to them, the viewers, to make up their own mind. And she's talking about, however, about the unspoken knowledge, that they give. And she also went on and say how everybody receive information different, which it is true. We all is not going to translate information exactly the way that it was said, but that does not mean that is a lie. Just like I told you about the four gospel, Mark, Luke, John, all them, how they all walked with Jesus, but they all had their own different interpretation of what had happened. And that's just like with the people that's in carbonation. They all was with Nature Boy, but they all have their own different interpretation of what happened, even though they was under the same roof. Yeah. And like she said, she can say this one message, but everybody that is in that room, they gonna all have their own interpretation, and which, that's how it usually be. Hmm. So she just going through the details of how people are going to go ahead and take the information. Pretty much, that is what she's talking about right now. So I'm just waiting until she get to the questions, because pretty much what Toshke is doing now is just giving a breakdown of how people is going to take in the information. Okay, Tasha K, get to it. Get to it, Tasha. So what Tasha K is pretty much saying that, words are very powerful. She didn't come out and say it, but what Tasha K is pretty much saying is that words is powerful. That you can say something and people would take that word to heart, and you can control people, mind manipulate, things that come out your mouth. You could take those words And because, like I say, the tongue can set a whole entire forest on fire. It's what comes out of your mouth that can condemn a person. It's life and death that's in the power of the tongue. So pretty much that is what Tasha K is talking about. So let me go ahead and let her just keep talking about it, but that's what she's saying. So just say brainwash, Tasha K. So what Nature Boy is saying, people, they have to use their own discernment. So in other words, he's saying that, he can say, but is there a own discernment to accept what he's saying, or receive it, or you know not. And he said that is not his fault. So so pretty much they talking about the brainwashing, saying things that can coerce, make people do something. So what he's saying, that it really wasn't a mistake. People knew what he was doing, which I talked about that last night. I said, people that was following Nature Boy, they knew who he was. They knew what he was about. He didn't hide what he was. He already told you, if you come and you be a part of carbonation, 9 out of 10, you won't have to go through him. He might have, if you look good, and he gonna have sex with you. So you knew exactly what you was getting into. So pretty much that's what this is talking about right now. Even though Tasha K went around the circles about it, but that's the way that she did her interview. Pretty much what she was trying to say, that people are saying that you was brainwashing these people. So he said pretty much they was pretty much playing. So I don't, and I might have misinterpreted what he's talking about. I guess it was just part of an act. He was doing this a part of an act. So he knew that they was live, which means that, I guess, because they was on Beagle Live or Facebook or wherever they were. So some of the stuff that he was showing to you, I guess he probably say that I'm going to go ahead, even though, he had them out there teaching them the knowledge. But when he go live about it, it was about more, for the subscribers, for the donations. And that's why he came public with it, because, remember, these people don't want to work. So, you got to get money some kind of way. I don't give a care how you talk about, you know, Babylon, talking about, whatever, you need money to survive. If you don't have money to survive in this world, how are you going to be able to make it? You can't just be eating off the fruit trees, and out in the jungle. You still, especially when it comes to the internet service, and all the telephones and all that technology stuff that they do, the music, you need money. So what Nature Boy is pretty much is trying to tell Tasha K, and that this is my own interpretation, guys, that the stuff when it came on live, it was part of entertainment. It's part of a show. Come on, Tasha, just say it. Mhm. So Tasha K is pretty much going on with, the connection of the knowledge that he was teaching and how they connect with him. And pretty much she's saying, she hate to say, people that's uneducated or whatever, but most likely, what she's saying is, and I'm not putting words in Tasha K's mouth. This is my own interpretation, guys. If you want to hear Tasha K in her entirety, go ahead and you know, subscribe to her StreamYard. I just only paid $10, which most likely I'm gonna go ahead and pay $12 and watch a monthly because I really enjoyed it. So what I paid for was just $10 to go ahead, you know, to watch this interview, which I have until like 72 hours. After that, I guess it's going to be deleted from my live. But if you really want to watch Tasha K's show, go ahead and pay the $10 or the $12. I'm telling you, it's worth it. So I'm only giving you my interpretation of how I hear it. Is not her exact words. Some of the stuff that I'm saying, but pretty much is what she's saying right now is she hate to use, uneducated, which Nature Boy already told us that he likes to use women that does not use their brains, women that does not think. He love weak-minded women. And that's why I need to do this interview with Nature Boy. Because like I say, when it comes to me, guys, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to just come out and say it. Because we are grown folks. We don't eat drink milk. We are on meat. And what Tasha K is trying to get around to say, but she's trying to keep it professional, is that you had these women that was coming in a part of carbonation, women and men that pretty much was very, how can it, they was silly women, silly men, uneducated people. And Nature Boy talked about that. Say he do not want women that think. He want women that sit there and pretty much like a Malia and a Aya that does not use their brains. Because he wants to think for them. And he say that's the reason, Tasha K say that's the reason why you have loyal people that's in your tribe. And he said that's why, Toshike said, that's why you have women that's a part of your tribe that is willing to serve you anyway. Whatever he want, they're going to go ahead and get it. Not a real woman is not going to do that. An educated woman is not going to do it. They ain't going to let this man pounce on them and dictate them and tell them when to eat, when to sleep, when to move, when to breathe, when to fart. They're not going to tell them all that. A real woman gonna sit there and say, "Okay, dude, you trying to treat me like this? I'm gonna be. We both gonna beat each other tail." So now, after Nature Boy, after Touch Case said all that, Nature Boy, he didn't answer the question as of yet. Because, like I told you guys, I'm watching the video along with you guys. But Nature Boy has said, "Let me ask you a question." So Nature Boy told Tasha K, "I'm a messenger." So Nature Boy is saying that I am a messenger. So how he's relating it to them, because pretty much they are his followers. So, by him being a teacher, you know, what he's saying pretty much, is what he's feeding to them. He don't need them to feed to him. And he said that is his people. He's speaking what's in, speaking to their mind, just like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. So he said that he is the people that could speak better for them. So he was the one put in that position so he could speak and teach these people. Just like he said, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, he's the leader. They coming there to see him. And he said that he's the messenger from God. He is the Messiah. And he said that he is the only one that is bringing the knowledge and the message to his people. There's no one out there that's doing what he's doing. So now Tasha K finna ask him a question. So that's why he called himself the Messiah, because he's the messenger from God. So Tasha K say, do you feel like leaders such as Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and Farrakhan? So do you feel that that information can be used and abused to people that's receiving it? And Tasha K, not Tasha K, Nature Boy say that we have to stop looking at people like they don't understand what's going on. He said people know exactly what they're doing. They are grown people. And he's using an example of how we call Jesus Jesus Christ. He using that as an example. People can use that word Jesus Christ as being a part of manipulation, which is true. Which is true, because we already know the way that they painted Jesus Christ as white supremacist, a white, blue-eyed, long-hair hippie. So that could be a part of manipulation. They use religion, they use Christianity to overturn the entire race. So we can manipulate people because of anything. So now Tasha K had interrupted him and talked about, the unspoken rules. So she's saying that 90%, how do we communicate a message to people without feeling so much information in so many words that they was cohorts, that it was misinformation with all the information that's out there in the world. Just like with all the information that we're receiving right now, about all the information that we are getting in, what makes his information, and like I said, it's not her exact words, but by him teaching these people, you can mislead these people, making them think one thing when it's not what it really is. And pretty much, like I say, brainwashing. He said, well, what did he make them to do? And she said that's where things get tricky, because Nature is saying, what could I coerce them to do? What did I make them to do? All I'm doing is giving them the information. Now, how they take the information, that's something on them. So so now Tasha K is asking some deep, deep questions. Have you ever coerced the person to leave where they are and bring you all their money and only, do sexual favor just for him? And he said no, which we already know. Nature Boy talked about this. Nature Boy said that, if anyone wants to be a part of his cult, they pretty much, have to leave everything, their children, everybody, because he say he's not going to take care no other man's children. And I got the video where he said that he's not going to take care of no other man's children. He say he only going to take care of kids that is his. Now these silly women, silly men, if they wants to sit there and leave their families, you know, with before going into that cult, they knew all this. Then who is to blame? And that's why I say that these people, they should take accountability as well, because nowhere in the world that I would have lived to those obligations. I have to leave my family, I have to leave my children, in order for me to be a part of carbonation. But yet Nature Boy can see his children anytime his baby mamas allow him to, and they supposed to accept all that. So now Tasha K say, since we only got a few more minutes left, all I need you to do is just give me a yes or no. So now this right here is going to be very interesting. So now Nature Boy say it's like a crazy thing to ask, because it's like setting it up for something. Let me see. Setting it up. And so Touch K say, I'm not setting up anything. I'm very straight to the point. I just want us to, establish, because of people that have platforms. So Nature Boy is saying that what Tasha K is doing right now is she's trying to set up for people to have an excuse to go ahead and run with what she's about to say. So Tasha K is saying the way that she set up the questions so that people can understand. And so what Tasha K said there and said, well, she's just trying to get to the point, so people can see that no one that was in your camp, was underage or coerced. And everyone was consent adults and decided to be a part of that cult. And he said, first of all, that he did not do anything to anyone. So he want to make sure that that is clear. And he said everything that he did, it was about nature. It was about a group of human beings that came together. And he said, when human beings come together, they have sex. And we know that Nature Boy talked about that. Nature Boy talked about when he stepped outside, he had so much semen that was on the ground that, he was stepping on it. It's just letting you know that when you are part of carbonation, it's just about sex, because pretty much what else could it be? Sex and his teaching. Sex, which means hearing him all day. Because even if they did had television, I don't think that they was watching television. So Toshke is saying something that she told to her team members about the difference between Nature Boy having sex versus. So Tasha K is pretty much talking about, how you are employee fraternized, you having sex with your employees. And that's what she's trying to get with Nature Boy. We both are, this a business or whatever. I'm not going to fraternize with my employees. I'm not going to have sex. I'm the boss and have sex with my employees. That's why Tasha K had got on with one of her employees, was having sex with, and I'm gonna say alleged because I really don't know the story. I don't really follow. I just heard little bits and pieces when one of the guys, Tasha K, had wanted to go live for a little while in the house with Stormy Monroe, something like that, and which then one of her employees had sex with him and all kinds of stuff came out of it. That's why you don't have sex with your employees. You don't get that close with your employees, because when you get close into your employees, they're going to feel that you owe them something. That's why we have to be careful. So that is what Tasha K is talking about. Hey, all about the trees. I see you say yuck. What is yuck? Hey, how you doing? I'm almost done. I got 30 more minutes and I'll be done with this. And she's talking about, just like I'm saying, people that's in power, people that have a position, people that own business, people wants to be with the leader, people wants to be with a chief, everybody want to come up. So you have to be careful, because, once the minute you let them near you, they're going to tear you down. They're going to sabotage you because they trying to get where you are. Oh, you saying that semen all over the ground? Yes, he did say that. And that's why I say with Tasha K with this interview, she is not that knowledgeable when it comes to all the stuff about carbonation and all the stuff that had happened with Nature Boy, because, of the questions, pretty much she just letting him lead. So pretty much she's just trying to go ahead and establish, how he left everything, to go into the tropics, how he was pretty much the leader. And, to have all these people to come in after him, with all those accusations. And like I say, that right there is my words. And she was talking about that he was only communicating with the knowledge that he was putting out there, and that's what had the people to gravitate to the stuff that he was putting out there. So now she's trying to give, a scenario that you was not in your videos talking about. Nature Boy was not in his video telling you guys to leave, come down, and drop what you're doing and all that stuff. And she's saying that's not what she saw. And Nature Boy said there and say the people that came to him was the people that was riding with him, people that agree with his teaching. And those was the people that was coming upon carbonation, not people that, you know, pretty much he was saying on one accord, people that had the same mind, people that loved in his teaching. Those was the people that he was letting in. People that was agreeing with him. So he said he never recruited anyone. These people came to him. He said like Jesus Christ went and recruited his people. Was Jesus Christ in the Bible? If you believe in those Bible stories, he did go out there. He recruited them. Jesus went to the fishermen, the tax collectors. He made those 12 disciples. He went out there and he recruited. But Nature Boy say he didn't recruit none of them. He said he didn't even recruit none of them. And we also know that in Nature Boy videos, he said he didn't know who was coming out there with him. He thought it was going to be women. It was a bunch of men. So he didn't recruit those people. Those people came to him. He didn't go to them. He said that people showed up in his inbox. People contacted him. They wanted to come out there in nature. And Tasha K said that she wanted to point that out. She wanted to make sure, people pretty much, know exactly, where all this was going. But Nature Boy said that he did not seek out these people. He did not seek out those people. They were all in his inbox. So Tosh K says she wanted to establish that before they go into all the allegations. So she said that, she's going into how everything had took place, how these people was adults, how they put their took care of all their affairs, to leave everything to be a part of carbonation. Now remember, they were adults. And whoever they left their grandmother, whoever they left their kids with, their grandmother, whoever. And she's talking about now how they went about to get the passports. Now we almost done, guys. Almost done. 30 more minutes. And she's talking about the visa, how they, got the visa to go ahead and get into the country. And how they gave up everything and left everything to live that new life with Nature Boy. So what she pretty much is established, how they did everything, left their family, left their children, got visas, and just to, go into carbonation wherever they were in that jungle with Nature Boy. And Nature Boy, he's about to talk now. hmm So Tasha K was saying that, he's a man, and he's a man in his prime. And, quite obvious, when these people come to be a part of carbonation, pretty much they going to have sex. So, so, so he sat there and he's, Tasha K talking about the sex part, because, you know, pretty much they knew what's going to happen when they go to carbonation, which this right here is my own words, but pretty much that's what she's saying. And Nature Boy was saying it was pretty much more than sex. Polygamous is about having family and all this other stuff. But like I said, they say if polygamists were more about having families, why would he break up families? But like I said, we'll talk about that later. He's talking about he's talking about polygamous is about establishing his tribe. So that's what his goal was. That was his mission. That was his vision. He says it's not just about sex. So he said one thing that he does not like is for what he was doing to be just about sex. But Tasha K is trying to go ahead and get these questions. But I don't know Nature Boy is going to let her get these questions out because we already know that, he was against it from the start. So he's saying that it's not really about sex. So Nature Boy is saying that it's really not about sex because he been through all that. That's what he left. He been in the industry pretty much. That's what he's saying. that was pretty much all about sex. So it was more about building, carbonation, building the polygamous family. So now, Touch Casey, I'm glad that we established it. Now we are on the same page. And Tasha K say that I don't feel like, I don't want you to feel that I'm trying to set you up with all these questions. And Tasha K say, I mean, Nature Boy say, I can feel what you are doing, which means that, he agreed, they have a good vibe, good conversation. I feel that, he know that, this conversation, is not to set the trick, no trick questions. It's not being forced or something that she's trying to pull out a hat. I believe that this right here, this conversation, this interview, it was on good grounds. The vibe is pretty good. I don't see any slide things that she's trying to pull in. Like when I watched the interview with Nateri and the T, when I saw the video with the Nateri and the T, to me, what I got from it is that they was putting words into Nateri mouth, which I'm going to talk about that later. But let me go ahead and continue because this been like, oh my God, I didn't know. 3 hours and 22 minutes. And I like what Tasha K said that we all adults, they're not going to argue. They're going to make sure that they get through the questions, and where nobody is going to sit there and say, you know, I did this to go ahead and make him lose his case or whatever. I'm on this person's side. She's neutral. She's on neutral ground. She's here to give an interview. So, guys, make sure you go ahead and check Tasha K out, guys, because, like I said, when it comes to this interview so far, and I have been in this interview for at least an hour and 30 minutes, and to me, she was being fair. Now we got 34 minutes. So let me go ahead and continue. And then after that, we can go ahead and break bread. And Nat- and Nature Boy said that she glad that I guess Tasha K had put it in because the people that are watching this, they love drama. And Tasha K had stopped him and said, well, not really. I guess, she said pretty much is that Nature Boy is controversial, which we know Nature Boy is controversial. Nature Boy loved drama. And that's why he took his teaching, his knowledge and turned it into entertainment. Because, he gravitated to the drama. He was mesmerized. He got caught up in that. So he can't just say that people love drama because look at Truth's teaching. When you look at Truth's teaching, when you go on Beagle Live, he keeps it strictly to knowledge. He's not there to entertain you at all. And that's the difference between Nature Boy and True. And she's going into it. She's sitting there and saying that, what he was doing on live, it was intrigue. It makes people want to see more. He was pretty much entertaining people. So for Nature Boy to say, people love drama, well, he gave them exactly what they wanted because he was a part of that as well. So Tasha K say you were living out everything, and now you got people asking questions because they wants to know. And Tasha K said that it's nothing that I wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't watch. So if I want to know what's going on, all I have to do is watch. Because, like I told you guys, that when it came to Nature Boy lived his life open. His life was an open book. So now everything that is out there is because he put it out there into the atmosphere. And she says intriguing and it's captivated, and then it makes people want to ask more questions. So he's gonna come back. Now remind you, this is like the fifth time. The fifth time that he called back. So quite obvious he got it good in the jailhouse, or somebody's not taking notes, because I don't know that anybody that can keep calling back to back for 5 times. Okay, so this is the fifth time right now. So guys, make sure you share these videos, hit like, comment for more unapologetic content, because like I say, it is not easy. Okay, so I'm trying to give you guys a recap, and I hope you guys think that I am doing good. Okay, at least you don't have to, go ahead and pay. And if you do pay, like I say, it is worth it. To me, it is worth it. It's very interesting, which I am. After this, I'm going to go ahead and be a subscriber to Tasha K's content. So she's still saying that she's trying to get in those questions, but like I say, she have to realize who she's up against. She's up against a grandmaster manipulator. She's up against Nature Boy, so if it's something that he is not going to talk about, he's going to figure out how to go ahead and maneuver his way out. So Tasha K, she sat there and say that pretty much, this right here is a calling in communication. But you have to realize you're dealing with a grandmaster communication, and that's what Nature Boy he uses. He uses words. So Nature Boy says she's trying to get through those. Not Nature Boy. Tasha K says she's trying to get through these questions because she don't want to go ahead and drag him in again tonight. Okay, which I doubt it. So she really, relaxed. She's letting him get his questions in. But she's trying to get her questions in, which I doubt it. I don't think that she's gonna be able to. So we shall see. So what they're doing now is they're trying to go ahead and connect them back to Tasha K. So now Tasha K is asking about what I want to know. I want to know about Velvet. I want to know about Velvet. I want to know about Velvet. So that's what Tasha K is asking now, because like I said there and say, all of them that was so close to Nature Boy should be taking accountability. So let me see if they done sat there and got Nature Boy back on the call. So I don't know who voice it is. It sounds like it sounds like Zoka. That sounds like Zoka voice. When Tasha K had mentioned Velvet's name, it sounds like Zoka when Zoka said, "I'm not sure." So, guys, like I say, this is not easy. If you think I'm doing a good job, give me thumbs up, guys. Make sure you hit like. I would prefer you to go ahead and hit like, because this is not easy. And also, I'm not getting paid for this. So if you want to go ahead and hit the Cash App, hit the Cash App, guys. So now we're waiting for Nature Boy to come back in. This is a free call for Elijah Bishop. Do you want to accept this call? This call is not private. It will be recorded. So we're waiting for this to come through. So accept this free call, accept one. You may start the conversation now. So we got 30 minutes, Tasha K said. So I'm going to try to get these questions in. So now Tasha K is asking about baby Eliana. alleged abuse. So Tasha K is asking her, Tasha K is asking Nature Boy about Eliana, and she already came out and she said, "This is not what you're being charged for." So Tasha K said there and said, "These are allegations that what people are posting. This has nothing to do with your case." Okay. So she just wanted to go ahead and put it up. So Nature Boy just told Tasha K, he didn't tell it to her, but he just saying it in general. He don't want people to ask no silly questions when it comes to his daughter. So he gonna be on a defense with that. So let's see if she gonna be able to get her questions through. So guys, make sure you go ahead and hit like, comment, and share these videos for more unapologetic content. So hold on one second. Give me a second because, like I said, I'm trying to do the best that I can, guys. This is not easy at all to give my recap, and I cannot play none of Tasha K's videos. So all I can do is, and I'm watching the videos along with you guys, so I don't know what's the next answers myself. I don't know the next what's going on myself, okay? So let's go ahead and see. They talking about baby Eliana. So he's talking about how Nature Boy is talking about how he's missing his daughter and how they took his daughter from him. So Tasha K is asking about about any other child besides baby Eliana. Have Tasha K is asking Nature Boy, have you ever allowed children to play with you? Because all the allegations that they are saying. Even though it's nothing that you are being charged with. So Nature Boy went ahead and stopped and said, let me go ahead and say this, that he is a nudist, which means that he's gonna walk around children, grown-ups, or whoever naked, okay? And he's talking about that video that Tosh K is talking about with him, how they're saying about him and his daughter or whatever. He's saying that that video been clipped so many times. He been under investigated with that. They talked to him about that video, and that he was only teaching his son about nudists, and that's all that was about. He said the way that people had clipped the video is why it looks so crazy. And he said that the video has been documented so many times because people have sent those videos out. So I guess the people that investigated him, they already know about all this stuff. And, and he said he always been investigated about that and all that stuff right there when it comes to him letting his son or whomever touch it him, that stuff is closed. But people is the ones that's bringing all that up. So she said that Torch K says she just wanted to go ahead and clear it up to anyone that have questions about that, but it already have been investigated, and he's not being investigated on that. And he would never do anything that would harm a child or his children. And he said that's one of the reasons why he don't let people come in with their kids. And uh, Tosh K say that's true because he don't want people to sit there and accuse him of being a pedophile because exactly. He bring kids in there. The first thing they're gonna say because of all the stuff that they saying now that he's doing with his kids, and if he bring other people kids in there, the first thing someone could come in there and say that he touched their kids or something happened with his kids, and I guess he didn't want to bring that extra drama in. So he's sitting there saying that he's pretty much understand, why, he's breaking it down to Tasha K, why he refused to let kids come into carbonation. And he said that people want drama so much, so they would take things and they would turn it. And Tasha K said, it's very true. You don't allow kids to come. And she said that she have seen it and she know why the members do not let people bring their kids. And she said, Tosh K said that these are grown people that Nature Boy is allowing to come in to be a part of carbonation, not children. Because he said he do, and then Nature Boy had told Tasha K, I don't play with children because he don't want nobody to sit there and try to set him up. So he said, just look at how they got the big R on him. So they got the big R on him. Just imagine if he would let kids come in, what they would put. Which, I understand too. That makes a lot of sense. He said how they accuse him. They accuse him of everything. He said they even accuse him of murder. So if they accuse him of the big R, accuse him of the big M, just think about if he would have let children in there. He said people been trying left and right to get him. So Tasha K is trying to ask him a question. Now Tasha K is talking about Mama Dia. Okay, which I could never get her name right. But that's Tasha K now is on Mama Dia. So Tasha K said Mama Dia is the lady that had left her doctors, her medication, and her way of life to go and follow Nature Boy. And it was something that she was interested in. And Touch K said that she was very grown. We are talking about Mama Dia. And she also was of age, and she was a middle-aged woman. So Nature Boy, he's talking now. So Nature Boy is saying that the people came to him because they believed in what he was teaching. Pretty much, he said that. And Tasha K said that and say she totally agree because Mama Dia, she was a grown woman. She was seasoned. She knew that she had health issues. And she knew that she had health issues. And now Tasha K is asking Nature Boy, did you keep Mama Dia from taking her medication? So Nature Boy said that when she came in, she had pills. I guess he said, "Oh, let me play it again," because they checked the bags. So Nature Boy said he had asked Mama Dear, "What's going on with you medically?" Because she was an older woman, and Nature Boy said there and said Mama Dear says she was fine and that she does not like taking pills because it makes her drowsy. And she's trying to get off it because she's trying to and the reason why she came there pretty much he's saying is because she's trying to get healthier. And the reason why she came there because she wanted to be in a natural setting. And guys, some of this is not their exactly word, but I'm trying to do the best that I can. So Nature Boy is telling her, some things, I guess the food, that's out there in carbonation, the fruits and all the stuff that's out there, what is best for when you have heart conditions. So now Tasha K is asking Nature Boy, did you take Mama Deal medication? Did you take a medication from her? And Tasha K said there and asked Nature Boy, did you forbid Mama Deal for taking her medication? Now Nature Boy is using a scenario. He said, like, if I come to your town and tell you that I have smart medication. So Nature Boy asked her, you sure you want to stop taking your pills? Nature Boy asked Mama Dear, are you sure that you want to stop taking your pills? And Nature Boy said that the lady, Mama Dear, she said sometimes she take her pills and sometimes she don't. And Nature Boy said that he did not. Nature Boy said he did not take pills away from Mama Dear. Nature Boy says she came in and she's grown. So she knew what she was doing. She said, Nature Boy said that she did not want to take the pills because the pills made it her drowsy. And she wasn't active. So he said, okay, cool. So now Tasha K said, okay, we got that out the way. So so Cardi B, Lord, where Cardi B come from? Oh my God, I don't want to say Cardi B, not with Nature, not with Tasha K's interview, but Tasha K said there and say, the great thing about it is that you was not tried for her, because people was trying to pin Nature Boy with Mama Dear, and Tasha K pretty much say that this lady is a whole grown woman. And I say that many times. I say at the end of the day, at the end of the day, we are all grown. Tasha K said, at the end of the day, we are all grown people. We are all grown people. And no one is holding no one hostage. And Nature Boy, he's saying, just look at all what I'm being accused for. M, the big aura, which y'all know that I am a true prophetess. All this stuff that he's saying right now, I already talked about this. And he said, just look at the words alone, what they are attaching to him, the big M, the big R, because they know if they attach the big M and the big R, that's right there. That's the nail to his coffin. So they trying to get stuff that's going to be, that's going to stick. So he won't ever walk out of prison. So they're trying to get something that, to keep him in there for life. So he's saying to Tasha K, you understand what I'm going through. He did the big M to her. He did the big R to her. I'm a pedophile. He's saying, do you understand what I am going through? So Tasha K say, trust me, I understand, but we got 10 minutes. So Tasha K trying to get on with these questions. So Tasha K said the question that she about to ask is utterly ridiculous. But why are you going to ask this? So let's see what the next question is going to be. What Tasha K is asking, because like I told you guys, I have not watched the video. I'm watching the video along with you guys. So make sure you go ahead and hit like, comment, and subscribe for more unapologetic content. I'm trying to get through it as fast as I can. We did 3 hours and 47. So most likely this is the longest video that I ever done, is going into 4 hours. So now we have 10 more minutes. So Touch K now is asking the question, if someone's saying that you are supposedly beating your wife to death, talking about the sister wives, why are you putting it in a book, or maybe why are you putting it live? I guess that's what she meant. So now she's talking about Sybil, known as Mama Earth. She said that Sybil said that she got details of Nature Boy beating Velvet to death. So Tasha K is asking, is that true or false? And Nature Boy said, now you see what I'm saying, man? Beat to death. That's what he's harboring on, beat to death. So now Tasha K have said, telling Nature Boy Velvet has stayed there for a very long time. So Nature Boy has said, by bringing all this up, I guess he just don't want to feed into all that, because that people, they wants to add in on, and his trial is, his this case is still going, and they are building a case against him. So pretty much he don't want to talk about, that, because then most likely they'll start adding all the stuff with Velvet. And so Tasha K had pretty much said that, I guess the one I don't now I'm going to say allegedly, but what I just heard from what Tasha K is saying that sounds like Sybil had wrote a book. Now, if you saw that, you just stayed and watched, and that's what I don't understand. If all this stuff was going on in carbonation, why would these people run straight to social media? Why they didn't run to the authority? But we're going to go ahead and talk about that. Let me go ahead and get through all this right here. So now she's been asked another question. And she said, Tasha K said out of her own mouth that these questions are ridiculous. So I don't know who are the ones that feed and Tasha K these questions. Now I know the T has said that Tasha K had reached out to her, and I'm going to say allegedly to all this stuff, okay, guys? And even though I have the video right here, but I do not have no Tasha K kind of money where I could take cease and desist letters and wipe my butt like it's toilet tissue. But Tasha K even said out of her own mouth, these questions are ridiculous. And most likely the T or someone had fed Tasha K these information. This stuff does not add up. All this stuff right here, it does not make sense at all. So now Tasha K is saying that she's trying to summarize all this stuff that people is trying to say. So most likely people had sent Tasha K all these questions because Tasha K was not a person to talk about Natureboy. She talks about celebrity news. She don't talk about stuff like this. So most of all the stuff that she's talking about right now is because people are the ones that had fed her that information. And she said that I guess the question that she's about to ask that they debated about that against her and other employees, they really laughed about it. So let's see what she's going to say with her team. She says someone had came to her. Now this right here is about Zoka. Because of her baby talking about, Natureboy made Zoka drink alcohol. So that's what we're going to go ahead and talk about right now. While she was pregnant. And Natureboy say is an allegation that is not true. And Tasha K came out and said, how many babies that was born in the United States that, the parents had drunk alcohol and cigarettes. And, she is saying that, so many people in the world, especially in the United States, they, at one point in time while they was pregnant, drunk, had alcohol in their system. And Tasha K said that she felt that it was kind of strange for them to say that, the baby, pretty much died of drinking alcohol. So I'm gonna say alleged because maybe I probably misinterpret the wrong way, but that's exactly what I said, and I will say alleged. Okay, it's my opinion. And Tasha K said if she had that much poison, looked like pretty much she would have died first. And Natureboy say all this stuff right here is just a distraction. And Natureboy say all this stuff right here when it going on to Zoka, Mama Dear, and all this stuff is just a distraction because of what he's trying to teach his people. Those are crazy allegations, just like the one that he's being accused of right now. And he said people have been saying this stuff about him for so long. And he said why nobody is looking at the people that is putting all this stuff out. Why no one is looking at all the people that's putting all this stuff out? He said, just look at all the stuff that they are putting out, what they saying that he's doing. And he said, just look at what they are locking him up for now, which I said myself is a weak case because we know that when it came to Natira was in and out of that cult or tribe, whatever they call it. And he said, look at all the evidence. And he said, after a while, you have to look at the people that is accusing him of all that stuff. And Tasha K said, I see that. I see the pattern. Tasha K, Tasha, Tasha K said, you've been in investigation all the time. You've been locked up in other countries. You've been put out of other countries. And no one have ever charged you for all those allegations. So I want to go ahead and put it out. Tasha K said there and say of all the allegations that people have been putting out, they investigated, and they pretty much let you go. So she wanted to go ahead and put that out. And he said, Nature Boy said to Tasha K, no weapon formed against him shall prosper. So he said that the universe is going to take care of him, and it's going to be very hard to take care of a man that take down a man that is trying to do right. So I don't know. That's his words, guys. He so Tasha K say, let me go ahead and end on this right here. And Tasha K say, I know you want to go ahead and spend time with your wives, talk to them. So Tasha K finna ask, maybe this right here is the last question. So Tasha K want to talk about a young lady, which she said that she is not going to mention her name because this is what you are fighting for right now. You are fighting this case right now. So Tasha K said that I'm not going to go ahead and mention her name, which we all pretty much know exactly who Tasha K is talking about. And Tasha K said then say there's one particular lady that wanted to be with you. And she pretty much, came and she stayed. And that she did several interviews that was telling what had happened. And she did interviews praising him, and also say some things that was not in Nature Boy's favor. And not Nature Boy, Tasha K say, I was your attorney, I wouldn't want you to speak on it. So she just putting it out there. So Touch K is about to go ahead and maybe show a video, a little small clip of what the one that which she did not mention name, but we know exactly who Tasha K is talking about. How she talked about what had happened that night that she accused Nature Boy of the big aura. And so Nature Boy talking about the interview that the alleged victim had put out, which Nature Boy said that it had happened on the 31st. So we know about that interview that the alleged victim had did. Okay, so that's what Tasha K. I don't know if she's going to play the clip, so let's see what she's going to do. June. Oh, it's March. She said March. March the 1st. March 31st. Then June, something like that. Then she took it down. Nature Boy said that she took it down, then she put it back up. So Nature Boy, not Nature Boy, Touch K say it is the alleged victim's words of detailing the night of what had happened. So Tasha K is going on with the stuff that he had posted on Twitter, and Nature Boy, she said pretty much, being that he was a nudist, and that was pretty much of what they do. And Nature Boy said those are educational videos. So the reason why he put those videos up there because it was a part of educating the people. So they talking about the video of the alleged victim, saying that Nature Boy had did the big R. So Tasha K says she never met the alleged victim, which she would love to talk to her, but she been watching several videos. So she only using her discernment of what had happened. But she want the viewers, to take a moment and listen. So now they are playing the videos, which we already had saw the video. And they have Natiri face up there. And she played exactly what I had broke down of when Natiri talked about the queen. Now I said on my video, I said I was being if someone did the big R to me, and if I do an interview, I'm not going to talk about being queen, that fairy tale life, this life that they live in. That's just to show you that these people are delusional. Now, if someone did the big R to me and I'm doing an interview with someone, I'm going to talk about that. Hell with the being a queen, hell with that position, and that's what Tasha K is playing. So make sure you watch my video, guys, because my videos get in details about it. Because, like I said, why is Naturia talking to the T about being a queen and she's upset because he didn't make her a queen? That to me is irrelevant when I know that this man sat there and did the big R to me. And that's why I say this stuff right here, is very questionable. So she's talking about if she had a shot of being a queen. So they are talking about the video, how she wanted to be queen so much and how she was going to be the servant of Queen Malia. And that's really what, pissed her off, really had made her upset. Talking about how she was going to kiss Malia's feet before the whole world and how she was going to take the name of Sophia, and she didn't like that. And pretty much that's what it was all about. And no way that I would have brought up about being a queen. It doesn't make no sense. And like I said, Nature Boy have done a lot of grimy stuff, but this right here is not it. And make sure you watch my videos, guys, because I talked about that. Because nowhere in that interview that Natiri had mentioned about the big aura. So I'm trying to see now what Tasha K gonna say after this interview right here. But I know pretty much you guys, that follow Nature Boy, you already saw this interview right here, which to me did not make no sense. And now Natiri is talking about how she sold all of her clothes, how they stole her clothes, and how she had to sell her car. And like I said, Natiri did not mention anything about the police. She did not mention anything about being sexual abuse. She didn't mention that. That did not even come out of her mouth. And that's why I say this right here is not going to stick. Too many hands been in it. Now Tasha K is talking. And she said, I love how you. And Tasha K said there is now telling Nature Boy that she love and she appreciate how honest, he was. Hmm. And she's coming out and said, pretty much, how she appreciate how, his cult, his people are protecting him. And she also went on and said that, he's innocent until proven guilty. And she's gonna leave it at that. And she also say that we all have to watch how this gonna play out. Mhm. And she's talking about, all those videos that's out there, how, pretty much that is not going to be used against him. And I'm gonna say allegedly, but that's what I got from it. So now Tasha K is asking Nature Boy, what do you call your content? Which, I talked about that on several of my videos when I first started watching this. Tasha K has said, since you guys love acting, and that's how they raise their money, how they get their donations in order to support the tribe. So he considered himself as an entertainer. It's entertainer. And Tasha K said there and said that, she's kind of smiling, some of the stuff was entertaining, when he get in his pimp mode, when he get in his diva mode. And she said that is very entertaining. That's why people gravitate into stuff like this. And all the stuff that you see, all the videos that Nature Boy put out, Tasha K asking them, is this a form of entertaining? Is this a form of you acting? So let's hear what Nature Boy says. So he called it educating entertainment. So is he educating and entertaining at the same time? He combine those two words together. A lot of stuff is staged. A lot of stuff is his idea that he came up with. He called it a real end moment, and you know he loved to use that word, the real end moment, and all types of characters like he likes to come out with. He's only doing this to entertain and connect with the people. So Tasha K says hopefully she would love to go ahead and do a part two very soon. And she say hopefully if you out, she say, but when it comes to these videos right here, the ones that these people are putting out, they better come again. Because most of this stuff is because these people pretty much is what she's saying. And I'm not putting words in Tasha K mouth, but what I'm seeing right here, you know, is this stuff is entertainment. And these people, is a he say, she say case. And you cannot build an entire case of what people are being entertained over. And And she said, at the end of the day, people may not agree, how you live, what you say, but to make up, but to make up things, about a person, and to use all this stuff to go ahead and lock them up. And the prosecutor, she said that, pretty much is ignoring, none of it was no police reports. So Tasha K sat there and say how she pretty much feel is that, you know, because it's no police reports that they are doing this because of his lifestyle, and most likely, that's how it looked like. And that he, as of now, Nature Boy did not break any laws. It's just that he been accused of the big aura. Hmm. He said he want the people to know, and she Touch K gonna do another interview, and she also gonna do some more commentary about it because he feel like he shouldn't be there. Hmm. He's pretty much saying that Materia was the one that was being coerced by the T. So he just going through the dates, which I talked about that on my videos. He been on the phone with Tasha K for 3 hours. Nature Boy been on the phone with Tasha K for 3 hours. So now she's talking to the sister wives. And I is talking, she's saying that it's bogus that Nature Boy have to be in there. that it was false allegations just because people did not like him, his character. But that does not mean that he did what they are accusing him of. No, that's Aya. Yeah, see, I know their voice. She thought it was Efru. No, they don't sound similar. Yes, that's Aya. She's the one that is talking. And guys, I am going along watching a video with you guys. So I'm trying to translate it as much as I can. I didn't even think that I was going to last for 4 hours. Whew. So, guys, make sure you're taking consideration. Hit like, comment, and share these videos for more unapologetic content. And and Tasha K is talking to the sister wives and said, pretty much that these are grown women. We supposed to be in a free country, and they can live however they want to live. And I totally agree with that because they are grown women. And, and Tasha K, quite obvious, she must be listening. She listens to my videos because I say the same thing. I say that just the other day. I say these people are grown, and I say if they are brainwashed, now Nature Boy is locked up. They can leave now. What's the excuse? They chose to stay. So if they chose to stay, then no one can get mad about that. No one cannot get upset if they chose to stay. And it's not that nobody is taking nobody's side because, like I say, I don't know these people. And Tasha K said that these people have the freedom to leave. And if they want to leave, they can leave right now, but they chose to stay. Now she asking, what do you think about the ones that exit, the men that exit? What do you think about that? How do you feel about that? So now Tasha K is telling Nature Boy, so Tasha K is, saying, go ahead and take time with your sister wives. Go ahead and talk to them. So, guys, that's it. It was 4 hours and 18 minutes and 25 seconds. Whew, that was long. That was the longest that I ever talked on my video. That was a lot. But like I said, at the end of the day, these people are grown people, and it's not that no one is taking sides. But, all the stuff that they're accusing Nature Boy of, you know, is the videos that he had put out there, and he said that it was entertainment. He called it education entertainment. He combined those two words together. So can you prosecute a person just because they come on and they are saying that they are being entertained? He's entertaining the people, and quite obvious he had a large follower. So guys, I don't know, it's up to you to go ahead and make up your mind. What do you think about the video? I'm gonna go ahead and close it out because this is the longest that I ever talked. I tried to do the best that I can. um I would love to go ahead and do an interview myself with Nature Boy, because I've been watching him from the time that he was on Beagle Live, and like I said, I would love to do an interview, so I'm gonna go see if I can go ahead and hook that up. So thank you, Rhonda, Angela Cobbs, thank you, Harry, Limneo, Ninao, thank you, Rachel, thank you, girl, all about the tea, thank you for supporting me, College Queen, True Essen, thank you. Thank you guys for telling myself he could just record himself talking. Then why is there Patty Cake? But like I said, all we have to do is just let it play out. Like Nature Boy said, this is not his first rodeo. when he was, out there in overseas, Mexico, the PR, certain place, Hawaii, you know, he said he been through all this. Now he's in the state of Georgia going through the same thing. So guys, all we could do now is just wait it out. So with all that being said, you all have a blessed day and peace out.